Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020. 7:44 p.m. How period does the FBI find people? The people is misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
All right, welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I've got something hot off the scanner I want you to hear. No, it's not what we want to hear, but you need to hear this anyway. Give me just 1 second here. We'll get this pulled up. This came just moments ago from Westchester PD Dispatch. Give this a listen, would you? Let me do this a little better. So.
Possibly a BB gun and carrying a bullet proof.
Okay.
Call 93.
Let's listen to that again because I screwed it up.
Call 93. Going to go with 50 West Chestnut in that area for a male subject walking on the street with a mask on. Possibly a BB gun and carrying a bullet proof. White male, black hoodie, white skull mask, carrying a backpack. He was last seen on foot.
Bulletproof vest, BB gun, mask, backpack, walking in the area. Sorry, the music messed it up. I didn't think that one through. It's actually coming in on the same feed. I've got the police scanner running on, so I couldn't turn the music off. One more time, just for the folks in back here.
493.
Call 93. I'm going to go with 50 West Chestnut in that area for a male subject walking on the street with a mask on, possibly a BB gun and carrying a bulletproof vest. White male, black hoodie, white skull mask, carrying a backpack. He was last seen on foot.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Yeah, so that's what the police have to deal with as well as everything else that's going on. Just absolutely crazy. We are going to be monitoring the scanners tonight.
Reference to yours. I just got a second call from the original complainant and from Trina.
10-4, be there in a second.
Call 31090.
Call 310-4.
We're also going to be monitoring a few other things.
931090.
10-4.
Call 3092.
Call 310-492.
Unit 27449, copy your stop, 1000 block, Brookwood Road.
We're trying to get Nick's feedback up. Nick is trying to go live right now, and he's having some signal trouble, I think. We have a chopper that's been circling. It's just now leaving the area, but it's been drawing some very interesting flight paths. Let me just say, yes, Nick, we did help Nick. Nick already had a good head start, so I cannot take credit for that. But I like that we were part of that. We're giving him a big boost to get started on YouTube.
I'm 92.
Let's see. I'm watching him for when that comes back up. Let me show you. In the meantime, I've got another picture that's been circulating around.
Okay.
Let's see. That's going to be right here. Let's go here. This is some of the new equipment they have in the area. It's been announced. Some people are calling this ground radar. I think that's inaccurate. What we have here is a telescopic camera tower that's remotely controlled, so it can be panned, tilted, and zoomed from the ground. And on top of that is a high-powered camera system that has optical, like color camera, like what we see, but high definition, as well as some high definition FLIR or heat thermal imagery systems. So that's on the ground as well. This is going to help because they can get above the shrubbery on the ground and look down through the trees. Because if you've got tall trees and shrubs on the ground that you can't see through, they can get over the shrubs and look down into the forest and basically drive around and peek through where the helicopters cannot look down. So it's awesome that they've got this equipment on the ground. That's going to help as well as what they have going on in the air. And speaking of the air, let's take a look here and see if anybody else is coming in. We've had some watching for you today. There have been several planes, several helicopters that have been coming in. The area of focus has remained. I'm going to clear this off so you can see. This is Longwood Gardens right here on the screen. This is Longwood Gardens, and it's basically remained in the same tree area where we saw all the action yesterday.
91.
Smooth, you're not banned. You're not banned. Can't see the forest for the trees. I'm trying to keep the sounds down. Sorry, guys, as we're trying to get some things communicated here without some interruptions. Let me turn this on as well. Pamper Glamper, thanks for being first in chat.
Police Department, 111 Church Street. Fire company's going out for an elevator rescue. Resident stuck in the elevator between floor 2. Unknown distress.
Unknown distress. I would be distressed if I was stuck in an elevator. I hope that everything works out quickly.
Copy.
All right. Can you tell us why you showed us that clip? The clip of the helicopter or the clip of? I'm curious. The truck. The truck that just shows some of the equipment they've had on the ground that they didn't have before, to our understanding. This is some of the new equipment they brought in, and it's basically, this is the same sort of tower you would see on the back of like a CNN news truck, one of those big long RVs that has everything you need to run a news station in it. This is basically just mounted on the shell of a truck, so it's very mobile, and it can go up. It can probably raise, I would guess, about 40 feet would be my estimate. It could go up about 40 feet, and then it's got a super high power. I've played with these cameras, and they're amazing to play with. You can sit inside, the control center, because they probably patch it into, somewhere else. You can sit inside and control this with a little joystick, and just zoom in on, the eye on the flea on the dog. It's so powerful. So you can really get a good view of what's happening.
Come back at 9 a.m. to deal with the issue.
Let's see. Anyway, I wish I had better things to report. I wish we had great news. I wish we had some huge updates. I will say it seems to me the police are doing a better job now, at least confirming information. They're being a little more talkative, even though it's not necessarily in a press release. And so as different news outlets and independent journalists are contacting them, they're confirming things, they're sharing bits of information, and that's coming out. So we don't need to have a full press release for that. I commend them in that. That helps a whole ton. I'm still trying to get Nick's feed up. Just one moment here.
16131, you can have my transport.
Either 16131, okay. Just confirm your last four, 8278 for contact 0278.
You can have them call the station.
Copy.
Okay, we're going to replay one of his old videos here because he's having trouble with his signal right now. He did say he was going to move to another area. He has been on the ground very close to where JLR is and the view that he is providing, and now they might be moving to another area. So this is a little bit older video. Big thanks to all those who helped Nick out. Anyone who gave him a subscription. The next step is to let him let YouTube monetize his channel so he can get sort of a little bit of financial assistance with some of his expenses here, because he does have expenses. Just being on the road and eating and being away from home has expenses, and also running all this gear. It's not, this sort of weather is not cheap on gear like this, and the chance of him breaking things or needing more things than he had initially, it's pretty high. So I appreciate him him doing all this. All right, Jody, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Let's see. Scanner is live traffic. You're hearing that live. The video we have here on this, the radar mapping is also live. I chose to come live tonight because this has been about the time, or this is right before the time, we've traditionally seen a lot of activity in the evening. So even though we don't have anything, even though we don't have anything like live going on, we don't want that. I'd rather see. Let's see. I'd rather see a screensaver than this. Hang on one second. There we go. We'll look at something completely unrelated. Is that Buckingham Palace we're looking at? We're flying over Buckingham Palace on the image on the right. We'll get that fixed, or the image under my picture. We'll get that fixed. Anyway, we expect that there's probably, if the pattern is followed from the previous couple nights, we expect that there might be a little bit of activity here, that there might be either another sighting or some of the efforts they're doing today, including cutting down fields, basically mowing down crops that were previously an area that he could find cover or even be a field where he could move without detection fairly easily. As those are getting cut down, it's restricting his movement. We have the police that have been continuously putting up more
493, 1091, 430 info.
game cameras. These are like trail cameras that can remotely activate anytime there's motion. I mean, you can't hide from these things. It's like trying to hide from a burglar alarm sensor. You can't do it. If there's motion, it will catch it, it will take a picture, and it will transmit it back to the command station. They've got like 60 of these things up, possibly more. We know they have some down in back of the Walmart. We've got them, various different locations where there have been sightings. This allows them to not necessarily have to have people looking everywhere, but the machinery can watch. And so even though there's not an officer at a specific location, a game camera can do the job of the officer and alert them almost immediately if something happens. So as all these tools are being implemented and getting better and better, this is a view of London. That's not what we need right now, but we'll get the other side up in just a minute. I'll keep it right there. That's a little easier. Where is... Turn off box 3.
6 months ago today, I found this channel and I am so grateful. Bless you and your community.
Thank you, Miss. I did. That reminds me that I need to turn the sound off on this. I apologize. That might be the last one we hear. Thank you, Miss. Super chat, 6 months of support with that yellow courthouse by your name. Thank you. And you're in that beautiful color of orange that we have a new hoodie on our channel in. That prison jumpsuit orange looks great. Getting a lot of messages as well on both the burner phone and on Twitter, as people are just basically confirming the same things we've seen before. What we know is from looking at where the helicopter is flying, and I showed you that just a minute ago, right there at the. See, I lost where it was. Here we go. Right there at the gardens, this group of trees. This is where we had the helicopters flying over yesterday, and just very slowly, very, very slowly back and forth, just blanketing that area so they can get camera footage up close, nice, slow, low, and just peering through the trees, probably with thermal imagery, just to see if they could catch a glimpse of anything in there. And they also had a big push in there with people on foot. They had horses around there surrounding the area. They went through, and even though they did not find him, and they did not flush him out, they've said that we think he's still in there, which means, you've got to do the math in your head on that and say, how can he still be in there after all that? Either he's in the trees, or he's in the ground, or he's camouflaged. That may be something he may be good at that we have not heard, if he has the ability to camouflage himself. And you say, how can you hide from the cops like that? Well, if any of you have watched airsoft videos, okay, the kids who like to use they're not fake guns, but they're toy guns. They shoot little plastic BBs and they simulate war, and they play battles against each other in the woods. And some of these guys are very good at camouflaging themselves, so they literally can be walked over and almost stepped on, and no one will notice. So if he has some camouflage skills, that might be contributing to that. Obviously, that wouldn't help if there was a dog that was looking for him, because he's looking for the scent, not for the what it looks like to people. But anyway, we'll find out more about that as it goes on. Legendary CEO, welcome. Thank you. As an attorney, thanks for coming in, stepping up big time as an attorney member. Thank you. Welcome. Help yourself to the emojis in the front row seat. All right. I realize a lot of people have been texting me all day saying, please go live. I didn't want to go live if I didn't think there was something we could provide for you of value. I didn't want you to waste your Saturday really hoping, expecting to receive something and not have it deliver. And so I've waited until this time when I think that there's the highest likelihood of, and if you look at Nick's video, it's showing some of these tunnels that go underneath the area.
Property damage accident, 2 vehicles blocking.
Anyway, I didn't want to go live and not have something that would be of value to you. I know your weekend and your time is valuable, and so I wanted to respect that. But I'm optimistic that we might have something today. Okay, didn't they say he was hiding in the trees above the officers? We've had some reports that a drone spotted him in a tree. A drone with, I don't know if it had thermal imagery or if it was a video camera that spotted him in a tree. But that is a rumor as well. Let's see, the status is the same, unfortunately. I wish we had more to operate on, other than the fact that this is probably the longest the police officers that are maintaining the perimeter have held the same perimeter. And they say he's still here. This is still our area. We still think he's inside this little square. And that's awesome. That's really good to hear. That means he hasn't escaped, according to them, and we know that they have some information that they have not been releasing, and so that's I'm hopeful that because of that he's really sort of trapped, and then it becomes a matter of time before they can get him. Sharon Ken Sharp, we live here now. So Sharon, thank you so much. Appreciate you for living here. Kelly says, I've already wasted my Saturday on this. We had a little break, as you know, up here, not far from the Longwood Gardens, actually right down here in Kennett Square. There's a mushroom festival going on today. Brings in a ton of people, huge crowd, like 100,000 people come to this, and that's very close to the search area. That was a concern. The police were working with that, and to my knowledge, everything went well, and there's no incident, and they're fairly confident that didn't interfere or cause opportunity for their fugitive. I also had a festival today. It was the Collards Festival in my little town, where we celebrate leafy green that is chopped up and cooked with some bacon bits or something, and then it's eaten like soggy lawn clippings. I'm not a fan, if you can't tell. I'm not a fan. But we have a festival dedicated just to these collard greens, and it's been a blast today. I did have a video out on my Facebook page only, where we went live showing the festival downtown. Getting some notifications here on Twitter. Just let me check these over a little bit. So there's some funny memes circulating about helicopters dropping bear spray to catch him, but that's not going to happen. We have like an imaginary whiteboard on the wall of ideas that would work for getting him, either capturing or ending this chase permanently, so to speak, if you don't catch my drift. And a couple 100,000 gallons of bear spray was going to go on that board. It would work, but we're not going to do that. It's up there right under napalm. All right, the weather could be a game changer. Oh, great point, Emily. The weather, 40 millimeter rain forecast for today and tomorrow. Severe thunderstorm alert for those that are mathematically challenged when it comes to meters and for metric system. Let's see, 2.5 centimeters to an inch. Basically, it's a lot of rain. It's a fair amount of rain. So 250. So it's like half an inch or something, right? I have to do the math in my head, and it doesn't work. Jess says, this is crazy. He's been on the run for 10 days. Hopefully this comes to an end soon. We've said that every day, and every day that we haven't found him, it's been mind-blowing. Let me bring this up really quickly, see if I can fix this image and get one of these other feeds back from the street. That one's down. Looks like JLR might be moving. We're also having trouble from Nick's feed.
741. 41. Can I have a Goodway ambulance for a 61-year-old female complaining of arm and neck pain?
It's interesting that both of them went down. I'm not a conspiracy guy, but having both of them go down at the same time when they have equipment that can keep them live constantly, especially when, say, like JLR has been stationary in a position where he has good cell signal, might indicate something else is being used. But we'll have to wait and see if there's any confirmation about some electronic type usage. I've never heard of a cell phone blocker being used in this type of scenario. They do exist. Trust me, I bought one at a secondhand store. They're illegal to turn on, right? I think they might even be illegal to possess right now. But buying a cell phone blocker, that they came out as technology that was originally marketed to like it was probably military first, but then it was marketed to like movie theaters, and they basically said, hey, you can plug this in and flip the switch, and then no one will interrupt the movie with their cell phone. Well, as you can imagine, it's against the law to block everyone's cell phone access. So anyway, they do have those. We'll see what happened if that's being used. Let's see. JLR says it started raining, so maybe they ran for cover. That would make more sense, and that would. JLR is restarting his stream. They're probably going to take cover. They've got a lot of gear out there. And this is what I'll tell you. These guys, the guys that are actually on the ground out there in the weather, they're taking a huge risk with all the equipment and their health and everything else in the weather. It can take a beating, even though sometimes, I mean, you think they've got a waterproof system. It's waterproof until it doesn't become waterproof anymore. And the thought of one of them losing a camera or a phone or something because of the water would be terrible. That's a stereo outside my house as somebody way cooler than me drives by. JLR shut down due to the rain, maybe a storm. JLR is planning on being there. He's been 10 hours or something. 10 hours already live. He was planning on being there another 8. Nick is planning on being up there at least till about 3 a.m. Nana Geek Joellen said we had to cancel our church picnic tomorrow. Oh no, are you up there, Nana Geek? Are you up in that area? How's the parade and the collards? I did not eat any collards. The parade was it was interesting. We have almost the main entry is the groups of Shriners. The Shriners guys, the guys that drive around in little go-karts, and they all have matching go-karts. I swear we had 10 different groups of those. Monster trucks, semi-trucks, little mini go-karts, little clown cars. And it was just like almost every entry was a group of these Shriners dudes on these little go-karts and just had a blast. I took some video of those. We'll share that when it's, not breaking news like this or not busy. Is this a break for the other streamers? Unintentional one. They'd like to be still live, but the weather's coming in. Let's see if I can find a good map of. Let me switch this right here and see if I can see a good weather map to see if we can see the radar up there. Give me just 1 second. If we can watch the weather roll in, that might be a little helpful. Well, my local weather station does not like my iPad. Nice. Let's try that again. Let me also check the scanner. It's been a little quiet. Make sure it doesn't need to be kick-started here. See, the last call we had was at 7:03, so it's been about 4 minutes. I'll replay it just to make sure.
41.
Yeah.
Can I have a Goodway ambulance for a 61-year-old female complaining of arm and neck pain?
Copy. Call 43.
4310.
University got a call for a branch down with wires blocking both directions of new in the area of South Campus.
Branch down. This happens during all the storms. This is almost constant. Did they cut the cornfields? I heard they did. Epic exposure. Yes. We've heard that farmers are cutting not just cornfields, but like mowing areas that have taller grass. And what that's doing is basically just pinching in where he can safely maneuver, where he can safely hide. And as that gets narrower and narrower, we anticipate eventually there will be a run-in directly with him. I've learned you have to take time away from us so we can actually get things done, like clean, says Carrie H. Carrie, I hope you got all your cleaning done and you're ready to settle in for the evening, or at least until they catch this guy. Ricky Watson, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. You're a gentleman and a scholar and everything else good. I appreciate you, my friend. Shriners is a wonderful organization. Yes, they help the kids. They're amazing. We had clowns. We had so much just awesome stuff in the parade today, and candy galore. My kids have enough candy. It was funny because in the middle of the parade, everyone's throwing candy, and then there's one float that goes by, and it's for the local dentist, right? And there's a guy up on the little float, and he's wearing a big tooth outfit, and he's dancing.
You know what I call for?
Every other float, the kids are like, candy, candy. And this guy comes in here, candy. And I say, oh, wait, never mind. They're not going to, they'll throw toothbrushes, but they won't throw candy. Oh, okay.
You know what I call for?
Let's see. Stop fooling around. Send in Chuck Norris. Seriously. There are lots of memes to that effect going around if you're watching online. Okay. We're having storms moving in southeastern Chester County. Debbie, that's what we're hearing. That looks like why we had our two cameras on the ground with Nick and JLR sort of pack up momentarily. They might go live again from inside a vehicle, even though it's not the best view. JLR said he's going to be there for another 8 hours. So if this blows through, we'll have them back up. They both have light set up, so they can be setting up. Nick wanted to go another location instead of being right where all the news is located, and they are. If I can show you the view, hang on 1 second. I got distracted. I was downloading a weather app for you guys.
You know what I call for? 1-8, call for.
Call for.
295 Linfield Road, 295.
Okay, it's almost downloaded. There it is. Open.
4 copy.
Please work this time. Continue. Allow. Don't notify me. And it still doesn't work. It was a good idea. We'll go back to the flight radar here in just a second. Oh, there it was. Anyway, we'll zoom out a little bit, give you an idea of what the air traffic control looks like in the area. We have quite a few big planes. We have logos on, so you can see the brands of the planes instead of the tail numbers, because that makes a little more sense. But let's zoom in here. Really nothing in this area as the storms come through. Everything's cleared out. Not seeing anything down south. I'll see if I can check on my phone and look at the weather that way.
If I could possibly one copy.
Okay. Use Weather Underground. It's really good, says Sandra. Let me give that a quick try. On the iPad? You're saying on the iPad? I'm not seeing anybody on the ground live right now. Thunderstorm watch until 7 a.m. tomorrow, says Natural Empress. Is that for that area, Natural Empress? Mike Friedel, thanks for the kind words. As always, if you see something that I don't see, please let me know. We'll try to verify it and get it up to share it with everyone else.
You know, 33-19.
I like the scanner as well. Who said that? I love it. It feels like we've got our finger on the pulse of the community when we have the scanner going. We'll try to keep that going tonight. And if there's something you hear that
33-19, 711 Grace Way, 711 Grace Way, fire company going off for an alarm.
So it's a fire alarm at 7-Eleven. If there's something you hear that you don't understand, I've got headphones that help me hear it a little better, and I've also got the volume cranked in my ears. You guys don't need to have the headache to do that, but I can play it back for you as well. If there's a call that you found interesting, just give me a heads up, and we'll make sure we decipher what it was. Okay, we do have a map link right here. This map is, let's see. Let me refresh this map just 1 second, get the absolute latest up here for you. Okay. Here we go. This is the map that is showing on the screen, the link right here. And thank you, Samantha, for posting the link. Let's see. Current search parameter, you can see that it's basically roughly the same search parameter. They've got an outer limit, but the area of interest is still right here in the middle, where we've had the confirmed sightings right there around the gardens. And it's a big area. It's a heavily forested area in part of it. Ice Dog says, Flight Radar, you can turn on the weather radar. Where am I? Oh, boom. Hey, thank you very much. Let me go ahead and pull that up here. Let's turn on the weather. Looks like I have to pay more money to get that. How much do they want? Just a firstborn with the gold update, only $34.99 a year. Okay, I'll think about that just for a minute. What else does it give me? Aeronautical charts, aviation weather layers, more flight details, ATC boundaries, and flight playback for 365 days. Let me think it over. Let me see if I can get my other app to work. I don't want to pay for something I'm only going to use once, but if you guys need that, we can do that. Eileen says, I'm going to listen to the scanner on my phone and RA on TV, so I'll have to lurk. See you later, but I'll be listening. Thanks, Eileen. Thanks for staying connected here. Birds in Flight says, could he become a construction worker at the construction building site and walked out unknown?
Yeah, 27439, copy your stop, 1300 block, Charlestown, right?
I don't think so. I mean, he'd have to have gotten in a vehicle with somebody and gotten out of there, because the perimeter was still in place. So just walking away from the construction site, even if you put on a hard hat, you're still a 5-foot tall construction worker that would look suspicious. Ashley, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here. Welcome. Please take your seat on the front row by typing !seat. It's reserved for you. Let's see. Did you see all the drainage holes? Who asked this question? Sorry, I was just scrolling and read briefly. I forgot. I was going to post this question. There it is. Patricia Landry. Did you see all the drainage holes Nick found? These are like the tunnels. There are drains and tunnels, and it's like a maze, a labyrinth underneath the gardens all around that area. So that is definitely something of interest to watch for. Some of those pipes are very small. I mean, if he can fit in them, that's incredible. It definitely would not be comfortable to move through them or very quick. Okay. Janice Byrne, hi from the UK, just found you. Welcome, Janice. Where's Weather Watch when you need him? He was out fishing this morning. He sent me a picture from the boat, out bass fishing, bright and early. I think it was like 5 a.m. He went out there. We'll have to watch and see. Maybe he can get some weather updates for us here if he jumps on. Okay, I'm seeing here if we can follow anything else that's going on as far as questions for you. This content lasagna. Now this is a joke for those that don't know. I heard he is trained specifically by Brazilian CIA to disappear into thin air. He can disguise himself as a corn cob and become one with the harvest. I too wish to become one with the harvest. That's funny. How do we listen to the scanner? The scanner we're listening to is open megahertz. We're using this one because it is a trunked system they have up there, and trunked means that a lot of different agencies use the same radio towers and frequencies to communicate, and they just have a non-audible tone and command features built into the radios so that they only hear the groups they want to hear. So you could have 10 different people using the same frequency, but you only hear your group of friends or your community or your police agency. That open megahertz, and I can show that to you right here. Let me switch to, see where are we at. Here. Open megahertz is right here. This is what it looks like. If you want to take a peek, it's not very pretty.
1090. I believe this is going to be 52 PDs.
This is Westchester PD. These are the talk groups. So we can hear Westchester PD. We can hear Central Dispatch. We can scroll through and see, all the different calls that have come in. West Police Dispatch is in there. We're also monitoring some of the talk groups that have been used on this search before. Some of the specific talk numbers. Those usually don't get used until tonight, and I think that's because it's used more for some of the special tactic teams that come out during the night. But you can use that. You can. I think we can post a link to that for you if you want to play around with that, because it's a little interesting. Samantha Terry did right there. As a matter of fact, that's the link that'll take you to Open Megahertz, and I think that even has the filters on that I'm using right here, so you'll get to hear the same thing. And if you want to replay something, I can just go down and click on
4-3, I'll be 1090. I believe this is going to be 52 PDs.
And it'll replay. And then I've got the autoplay turned on underneath my picture down here in the bottom corner, so it'll just automatically play whatever's new. And this over here on the right-hand side, that's the channel that you're hearing right now, and it'll tell me how many seconds long the transmission was and the talk group number. More info than you need, but that might help out a little bit. All right, there's our map. Let's go back to the flight radar. I'm going to pull up on my phone the weather app just for myself to see how long the storm's expected to be over the area. Okay, it's a doozy. Oh man. Okay. It's sorry, I'm getting a ton of text right here. I can hold this up to the camera. That's about the best I can do right now, just because I've got all my other feeds tied up with other sources. Okay, so it looks like most of the rain just moved out from Westchester. It's sort of headed northward, but there is possibly more coming in. Let's play this for you here just quickly. Sorry, I keep getting notifications that are interrupting it. I'm going to have to turn on Do Not Disturb briefly to show you this. All right, here we go with the weather. You can see right in the center of this app. Let me go full screen. Oops, try that again. Only hit it once. There's our area right there with the storm that comes through and has moved through. It's funny. It looks brown in there because you can see the courtroom through my green screen. Sorry about that. But there's definitely some weather. There's been some heavy rainstorms, and we're probably going to hear more tree down calls tonight as well as that continues on. Okay. We've had a couple drones in the sky as well. If we watch the live feed of the scan of the radar, they've been flying a couple drones, and they come in from quite a ways away. But it's interesting to see them come through. Let's see. Ashley, welcome as a member. Appreciate that. I think we got you already. Sarah Beth Penn as well. And also Carrie Z. Welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for joining as members and for supporting the program. It makes this all possible. Radar Omega shows severe storms all around. Radar Omega, I think, is the app of choice for Ryan Holyall, who is YouTube's weatherman, an absolutely fantastic guy. If you don't watch him when there's severe storms in your area, you are missing out. He does a great job educating and informing people. Okay, Michelle says, I got 4 sets of gutters fixed out here in Oregon, sitting on my porch now, catching up with RA and the manhunt until time to go feed 9 horses. Love your coverage, RA. Thanks. Michelle, thank you very much. Enjoy feeding the horses tonight, and hope you have a great evening. Hope they don't lose electricity. I don't think they had any straight line winds or anything forecast with this storm, but if there's anyone in the area that can let us know if that happened, that would definitely contribute to trees being down. There are cement tunnels in that garden, easy for him to hide and move around. And JLR Nick was showing us some of those earlier today. Hopefully we'll get some footage back from him as soon as this rain clears out. They're going to have heavy storms tonight for a while, unfortunately, says Marina Girl. Let's see. The rain forecast has changed today, a 1/4 inch today and Sunday at 0.82. Emily, are you talking about in South Africa or or in this area. Let's see. Storm is coming out to Kennett. Yes, unfortunately, that's probably putting an early end to some of the Mushroom Festival activities.
67 Paul 51.
Nick is just on X right now. Let's see what's up here.
Unit 67 Paul 51.
You calling 81?
51.
Nick's last update says, I believe he'll be live again in a few. Audio cut, then quick call with sources. No
Yeah,
updates.
perfect.
See you in a few. Anywhere you want us to go specifically. Zero developments, but comment below on where you'd like us to
In
go.
front of 1419 Boot Road, 1419 Boot Road for traffic hazard, 3 bound blocking the roadway.
Yeah, so trees down. That's what we're going to hear a little bit as these storms continue. So Nick's working his sources with people in the area as well, not just to like be on their property and film the areas with the police, but he's going in the backyards. He's showing some of the terrain, going into the trees if he can, going into the fields, just to give you a real on the ground feel of that. So please, we'd love you to go over to his channel here on YouTube now, because he just has a YouTube channel he made today, and give him a follow there as well, and a big thumbs up and appreciation. Tammy T, welcome to the gallery. I know somebody said he got monetized already. There's a difference between reaching the threshold for live streaming on your phone directly. And today he was able to live stream because he used StreamYard, which is a paid service that acts like you're live streaming from a computer. So YouTube assumes you're at a computer. So you can get around that live stream restriction. That also lets him distribute that to his Facebook page, to Twitter, and to YouTube at the same time. So he was using that. But once you hit 1,000 subscribers and you reach a benchmark, I think it's 3,000 or 4,000 watch hours in a year period, they'll allow you to get monetized, and you have to apply for that. And usually it's a waiting period. It can be up to a week or 2 weeks before they do that. And then at that point, you'll know he's monetized because you'd be able to send him a super chat, and he also might play ads on his stream. Depends on how he has it set up. Okay, I'm falling behind on the chat. Let me see if I can find some comments. If you have a question you're dying for me to try to find an answer for, or to answer if I do know the answer, which I will if I do, and if I don't, I'll tell you that. Make sure you flag me in the question.
Copy your stop 10 on the block, Edwin Drive.
Like Karen did here, flagging me. This shows up in orange on my screen, so it makes it really easy to see what's happening, and I'll be able to find that question a little better. But if you could just only flag me if you need a response to what you're saying. Sometimes the conversation going back and forth, you don't need me to interrupt with. Lutina B, wait, what? Is this really live? I thought I was taking the day off. Yes, I took most of the day off. We'll take tomorrow off for sure.
49, that's okay.
Beth, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Do let me know what the status is, especially what they're expecting. I guess like if you have about a 30-minute lead on what's going to happen, I imagine if there's a window of more than about an hour of just clearing, of open, you'll probably see the helicopters come back. You're probably going to see possibly some search vehicles come out and do some sort of searches and heavier coverage of certain areas. Okay. Tamara Jansen says, what is the status? Just joined and curious. Tamara, I wish I had better news for you right now, but unfortunately we're basically where we were yesterday. With yesterday they had 2 confirmed sightings, and that was still within the area they had been telling us that he was in. This helps me feel better about this whole thing, because several times he's escaped their perimeter, but these 2 sightings they believe were inside the area they thought he was in, which means we might have him cornered, and he could be bouncing around in the trees or sneaking through the brush, and it's just a matter of time as they keep him pinned down. So we think he's still there. The police helicopters. Let's listen to this call just one second. I think they said to check his computer for a report. We'll listen to see if something else comes in. Yes, Nick on YouTube is Nick the Hat.
51. If you haven't already canceled PennDOT for the East Ocean call, we're calling East Ocean, right?
Copy.
Amy L says try AccuWeather and search for Kennett Square. You should be able to open their weather radar. Let me try on this right here on my computer. That'll be easier than my iPad. Okay, I don't want to share a ton of ads, which they seem to have a lot of, but let's see if I can just see their radar. Okay. Let's make it a little bigger. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to mess with this to get it to work the way we need it to be. There we go. And we'll bring this right over here. Okay, camera 3. There we go. This, I'm just laying this over the map. You can see this where the mouse is in the circle, and I'm going to clear this off. Thank you, Amy. Thanks for the heads up on this and the tip. Quite a bit. The red is heavy precipitation, so quite a bit. And this is moving up in the sort of like a north to northeast direction. So it's moving in from Kennett Square up towards Longwood Gardens. So yeah, that's some big storms coming in. It's going to rain a lot. I hope everyone has their umbrellas, except for one guy. I hope he doesn't. Okay, let's see. Scanner link, got that. JLR and Nick said they brought in ground surveillance radar earlier today. Would love to know more about how that works. Cheryl, let me show you the pictures that we got of that. That's right here. This is a pickup truck, basically, with, instead of a camper shell, they've mounted a frame, and this is a telescoping tower. You can see right in the center of that tower, it looks like it's got like a garden hose wrapped around it. That's actually a cable that houses all the control wires and the video feeds for the camera, and it's coiled like that because that pole in the center extends and it goes up like it's a telescopic pole, so it's like nested inside each other, and it can go up several times, and each time the top gets smaller and smaller, so they can actually raise probably 40 feet or so in the air. And with the truck holding still, you wouldn't want to drive around with this because that would be really bad. But it can raise up in the air, and then once it's up in the air, it can pan, tilt, and zoom, and anything it has. So it's basically 360-degree view around the vehicle from a perspective that's different from the ground and lower than from the helicopters. So that could be very beneficial, and that should be thermal imagery as well as visual and night vision. So it'll have all three of those.
52744. Yeah, 52744.
Feel sad for the farmers. Ashley, I've heard a couple of reports. I'm not sure if the farmers are choosing to cut down their crop right now, or if they've been ordered to. It doesn't seem like it's something.
44. I'm going to need Verizon notification and Pico to the area of 852 South New Street for a power line down across the roadway.
So I think Pico's the power company.
Copy. Do you have a poll number by chance? I'll get that for you here in 1 second.
So does Verizon run the fiber and Pico runs the power? Anyway, a power line down or a line down. So they're going to do that. It's going to rain for the next hour according to the iPhone. Maybe this will be good. Maybe if it's raining for an hour, he won't hear the helicopters overhead. He'll think that he can move, and there's a chance that he can move into an area where we have a thermal, or not a thermal, but a game camera up, so we can catch some pictures of him. I imagine if they do, they're gonna get it very quickly. Nick has 5,000 subscribers. This is probably YouTube's going to look at this and be like, "Hang on, something's not right here." there are many people who start a YouTube channel, and it will take months to get past 10 to 15 subscribers, and most of those are your family, right? And it's not uncommon for people to go for more than a year trying to get that 1,000 subscriber benchmark. And in one day, Nick has not only had surpassed the $1,000 subscriber limit, but also got all the hours he needs to monetize. So I just watching his live stream and how many people were there. He's hit those thresholds, and now he'll be able to apply for monetization. It might take a month for them to approve. Usually it only takes a week or so. Okay, Cachette, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Cachette's one of our great mods and helps us out with shorts on the channel as well.
Phone number 72347.
Where is JR Investigates right now?
72347.
I'll show you where he was broadcasting
Pico
from.
wires down and also Verizon wires down across the road.
Pretty much
You need
everybody.
fire department or no?
Can't tell. He's not going to respond. These are the lines down. That's not part of the same call that we're worried about. But everybody was down here on this corner of Longwood Gardens, on Longwood Road, and then sort of back this direction. They could, in some areas, they could see some of the fence or that low brick wall that goes around to the garden, and it's just a couple feet tall. So we know they're very close to that.
Ambulance is going out for an unconscious person. The social. We have a 24-year-old female.
And Nick was there as well. As a matter of fact, part of his live stream showed the same police car that JLR was showing for some time, and then he said he was going to go somewhere else. Let's see. Severe thunderstorm watch in effect for Westchester per the Weather Channel. We're seeing that on the radar app as well. This is not the weather you want to be outdoors in. Hopefully the boys are in their vehicle here and taking shelter. Kilo Bravo, thank you very much. We provide different services. I'm not there on the ground. I wish I was, honestly. But at the same time, I want to stay out of the way for the crews so they can move. I don't want to be in the way of a single police officer trying to get somewhere, to catch the bad dude. But at the same time, I have the ability to bring you a lot of different feeds and audio and sort of summarize things. And so I'm covering it that way, and Nick and JLR are covering it the way they're able to, and it complements each other. And there are many others, Grizzly, True Crime, lots of people out there that are covering this. Jason says, I'm in Canada. It's raining for sure, not hard. Lightning has been crazy for the last 3 nights, right on top of Longwood. Please stay safe, Jason. Thank you for the update. Did you go to the Mushroom Festival? Is that something you participate in? Janet Yost, welcome to the gallery. Thank you. Look at that, the Green Courthouse. That's at least 3 months of membership. Mandy Wright just gifted 5 memberships as well. Thank you. You guys are amazing. Way to welcome the new people. Okay, we have, let's see. Nick just went live. Nick is back to streaming. Let's see if we can pull up his feed. Okay, I need, look how dark it got. Oh my goodness, look how dark it got so quickly.
There are no updates. They don't have any sightings that I know.
No sightings yet.
Again, it's raining out, so...
Looks like he's still at the same location.
When it rains, let me make sure I'm checking my texts to make sure we don't have any update. But as of right now, it looks like we have nothing still.
I'm not sure if JLR has battery power right now if he's charging his phone. Yesterday he had to charge for a while as well before he came back on live. So we'll watch and see if that happens.
We're going to go on a little tour in a minute.
Right. These guys are not inside the search zone. They're in a safe place where the police are comfortable with them being. Actually, I think they're actually communicating with the police quite regularly, talking to them, and they're cool with that.
getting.
I'm going to turn down Nick's audio because we're going to be following the police scanner. If Nick gets has an update or something we need to pick up, we'll do that.
You can advise EMS to come through Preside Alley to the rear.
10-4.
Okay. Let's see. Nick is live. He's using StreamYard. That little logo in the corner that says Nick, that's a feature of StreamYard. It's a software app that he streams to StreamYard, and then StreamYard restreams to multiple different content delivery networks or social media platforms. So I think he's on 3 different platforms right now. And it also aggregates all his comments to a single place. So he can see his YouTube comments next to the Facebook, next to the X apps. Okay. Having Verizon down, I think they said 52. Do we know if that is near the action? We could look at the map here just quickly. Let me swap these pictures around for you. Let's put me down there, and in box 4, we're going to bring this one right here. Get rid of the weather just briefly. Okay, the weather here, 52. 52 is right here. So yeah, 52 does go near the search area. I'm not sure. It actually goes right through it, doesn't it? Look at this. Yeah, 52 goes right through the middle of the search area. We'd have to go back and listen to the call to see if the actual place where the power line is down is within the search area or not. But with as dark as it is out right now, let's see. Oh, now I've got 2 of me. That's no good. There we go. With as dark as it is outside, the police are going to be dependent on their lights already, and so it won't make much of a difference if the power is out. I'm sorry, I'm missing these here. Mandy Wright gifted 5 memberships. Cheryl Kivit, I can't pronounce that, Cheryl. I'll try, but I think I butchered it. Welcome as an attorney as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Legendary CEO also just gifted 5 memberships. You're amazing. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate that. Just barely came in as an attorney, new member, and then gifted memberships as well. Very generous. Do you see the troopers at the Newer Park in West Grove this morning at the intersection of State Road and Prospect? I didn't see that. I've heard a couple locations where they were at. Let's see. Do you use Ecamm for streaming? No, I use hardware. Ecamm is a software tool. I have a physical switcher that I run 8 different camera feeds into. It's more reliable for me. It doesn't tax the processor of my computer, which honestly, Ecamm on a Mac does not work very well. Great for PCs. If you've got a high-end PC, it's a great software for that. Sunshine Sunflowers says, hello all, long time no chat. Work keeps me busy these days. Hope everyone is well. Love you all. Thank you very much. 5 months membership there. Thank you, Sunshine Sunflowers. Okay, eat healthy in those gardens. That was something they thought that he was doing. They said he could pretty much survive off all the veggies in the gardens here. We're going to listen in on Nick just for a minute as he's headed towards a police car here.
Some other areas of interest, and I've been going through the comments on the last tweet to find out where you guys want to go exactly.
I will stay live for a while tonight.
We're
going to listen to the police scanner as things sort of pick up as
stay on top
we
of
anticipate.
What you guys want, and I want to make sure a lot of those requests are coming from local.
Yeah, as long as there's still some activity, we're going to be listening to the police scanner and stay on top of that as the boys are there on the ground talking to locals. I think between all of us, we'll get some good coverage for you. Let's see. What a grueling search. Oh, my goodness. Just terrible. I mean, the officers, luckily, they're getting paid well. Usually these are going to be time and a half. But let me just tell you, the state the state of Pennsylvania has taken a hit on this one. Lost income from tickets because you've got all your state troopers parked right here, not writing tickets. And not that that's a huge thing, but it probably will be a sizable little divot on the monthly income. Okay, have they spotted him today? No, they have not, Lay. But they've told us they're confident he's within their search area, that they have the perimeter locked down. And as you can see, look at these police cars. They're not bumper to bumper, but they're pretty dang close. And this goes all the way around. All the way around the search area, there's just cars constantly, just eyes, lights, sirens, not sirens running, but armed police officers, just ready to to pounce if he tries to sneak across the road, and I don't think he will be able to. Is it still alive? I'd say yes. They got 2 confirmed sightings yesterday, and there was no indication during those sightings that he was showing signs of distress. As a matter of fact, that he escaped the FBI as in one of those sightings. So I think he's healthy still. Pico app shows 12 customers without power on Creek Road. Some girl online, thank you. Pico's the power company up in the area. Pennsylvania Electric Company, I'm guessing there on this one. Is it co-op? Is it a co-op in the area? Let's see, I do not have pinned lock comment. Can I see the link? Are you looking for Nick's? This is Nick's YouTube channel. If you go to YouTube and search for Nick with N-I-C and put a hyphen, so just N-I-C, it's right here in the middle. Nick the Hat. I can't highlight it because it's a link and it'll take me there. Scanner's a little bit quiet right now. See if JLR is coming back. Still nothing from him. Man, he's been putting in serious hours today. K.A. living in Florida my whole life. I've been through a few storms. LOL. I'm concerned he could slip away during one, especially if power's out. Opinions? Look at the perimeter here. These officers, look at the lights they've got going, how close they are together. They really are staying really, really close and covering the area, blanketing the area. Stationary vehicles driving through.
Well rested.
I don't think there's a single position that's just one officer
14? Okay.
monitoring.
And this is the second time they've done this loop.
14 officers driving the loop. I wonder what they're doing here.
You guys can see, it's literally a massive police presence, and they still need more.
Could be a shift change. It is 7:46 p.m.
They do need additional resources. They're doing the best they can with what they have, and you have to give them credit for working such long days.
Yeah, really. They are working long days. Can you say happy birthday to Vicky? That's my mom. She's a huge fan of you. Muffy Lynn's mom, Vicky, happy birthday. Have an absolutely wonderful birthday. I hope you've had a great one. Sounds like you've got a wonderful daughter. So thank you very much for being here. I don't think he's dead. I really don't think that he's dead. Pisces Girl, thank you very much. It says, hey, I just clicked here. Can you brief me about this dude? Going back to the beginning, Pisces Girl, we have Danelo Cavalcante is his name. He was accused of murder of his ex-girlfriend. He stabbed her 38 times in front of her children. And then went on the run. The Pennsylvania State Police were looking for him. He evaded them. He was never in custody at that point, but he evaded them and got all the way down to Virginia before he was picked up in Virginia and dragged back to Pennsylvania and kept in custody until he stood trial. He stood trial for that. He was convicted, and the jury deliberated for all of 20 minutes, which is incredibly quick. But 20 minutes, they returned a guilty verdict.
15491, check MVC for report.
Okay, so they're checking the computer for a report. I don't think we'll
hear. Okay.
Anyway, it took 20 minutes to get a verdict, and then they sentenced him to life in prison without parole. Basically, the rest of his life, he'll be in a jail. He was in a prison.
133, 91, 2 TG5, patients attached.
He was in a prison in the Chester County prison before he was going to be transferred to his more permanent prison, and he escaped out of that one using a method that was used just a couple months ago by another inmate. That other inmate was caught after just a couple minutes, like 5 minutes or something, but he escaped the exact same way, and they have it on video. We've shown that a couple times. He sort of spider walked up the wall, and then he's been, that was 10 days ago, and he's been on the run. We say on the run, but really he's still within 5 or 6 miles of that prison still. He hasn't gotten very far at all, but he has managed to evade capture thus far. So that's where we are. R. Bauer, 25 for your overtime. Thank you, sir. You've been most generous. I appreciate you very much. Just wondering why I'm ignored. It takes so long to wait to ask a question again. I get 0 responses. I'm sorry, Sando Rocks. We've got a handful of people in here right now, about 4,500, and as you can imagine, chat is going very quickly. Let me see if I can find your question, or if a mod can see it and point it out to me and ask it. I realize there's a timer.
Yeah, Jerry Polly. Proceed with status also.
Let's see if we failed to welcome this evening. Our apologies. Yes.
Status is fine. Is there going to be a responder coming out to this?
Dragonfly, the police are also confident he's in the area. I apologize if I missed your question. Please, even if you've asked a couple times, please don't think that I'm ignoring you on purpose. It's just a lot of things to cover.
All right.
Main cam is focused on the mic stands. Thank you for that. I'll fix that. We'll go.
The door that we need to get into is
we'll go there. Is that better?
Behind barbed wire and a gate that will not open for us. So unless a responder's coming out, we're just clear.
I'm going to re-listen to this one.
Unit 52-1267. Unit 52-1267. Copied. You're en route. Aventura, Pembroke, 1130 Westchester Pike, 3rd floor, room 325. Ambulance going off for respiratory difficulty.
We're gonna back up and listen to these last few calls.
All right. I'm going to clear for now. The door that we need to get into is behind barbed wire and a gate that will not open for us. So unless a responder's coming out, we're just clear.
Unit 52-1267.
Yeah.
Unit 52-1267. Copied. You're en route. Aventura, Pembroke, 1130 Westchester Pike, 3rd floor, room 325. Ambulance going off for respiratory difficulty.
Copy. Unit 168 ambulance.
52-1267. You can clear it out. Have them advised.
Copy.
168. That hit and run today.
Can't imagine mosquito bite till half. Oh, it's gonna be. The guy's gonna be swollen to twice his size.
East Lincoln Highway and North 6th Avenue. East Lincoln Highway, North 6th Avenue for an accident, hit and run, no injuries. Striking vehicles, a gray SUV. P-Tag Lima Victor Papa 4762. Last seen headed eastbound on Lincoln Highway. Detectives back to 161 Creamery Road on a Jeep, though. Caller is in a black Acura SRV. Caller was chasing the subjects, now pulled over on Lincoln between 11th and 12th Avenue. Hazard lights are on. Callers will be waiting in their vehicle.
And hit and run, that's never good. That probably was a shift change, most likely.
Yeah, 16131.
A Pisces girl says, what a scumbag. I was in an abusive relationship, and after leaving him, he threatened to kill me, and he kept harassing me. Oh, my goodness. People like him are the reasons why I conceal carry.
What's your 441? What do you got?
The poor kids. I mean, obviously, they're still juveniles, and there are images out there. You can see them. But the poor kids, what they went through and how much help they'll need. I hope they're receiving all of that. I've heard that they are, and obviously during this, it must be terrifying. If the kids know about this, it must be terrifying to know that he's back out.
North 11th and Merchant Street under the bridge. A flight work van is stuck in the water underneath the bridge. Occupant has exited the vehicle, is now on dry land. Requesting you for traffic control.
Man.
You can clear me the previous one at the
time.
Yeah.
Just confirm and clear you of the accident and send us down?
No, the traffic hazard on coach.
Okay.
Yeah. Turn around, don't drown. If you see water, don't try to drive through it. That guy sounds like he went through water and got stuck. Liz Pongia? That's a guess, Liz. Thank you very much. Welcome to the gallery. I appreciate that. I'm looking for questions. Signalizing, I see you there. Thank you. Welcome. Didn't expect another live. Has he been spotted again? Not since yesterday, but they're very confident that he's still in the same area. Okay. Let's see. Odd question, but do they vaccinate you in jail? I think they do. I'm not sure if it's compulsory or not. We'd have to. It probably differs from state to state, but I think they definitely give them the option. Paralegal Lizzie says, new subscriber of 1 minute. Hello. Welcome, Paralegal Lizzie. Good to have you here. Listening while cleaning the floorboards on Saturday night. I'm such a party animal. We're trying to focus on the police chatter today. That's why we have the scanner going. It's in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen right now. It will stay going as we keep the map up here. Let me switch over to the map. Right there. I'll zoom out on the radar just to see if we have any planes coming in. With this weather, we don't expect anything to show up on the map here anytime soon. I mean, look, the whole part of the state is being avoided. There's no airlines. Look how far you have to zoom out before you see some airlines flying. They're avoiding the entire area just because of that. I mean, it's got to be turbulent air. So that'll have to clear out before we see anything up in the sky. But that doesn't mean they won't have activity on the ground. With the new equipment they have, especially when it comes to the trucks with the FLIR, the telescopic FLIR cameras, those can still run. They can work in the rain as well. Those are all-weather cameras. Nick's link, please.
Sam, when I copy on scene, the operator of the striking vehicle is white male in his 30s, brown color, hair and beard, with a passenger, white female in her 30s, blonde hair.
29 Sam 1.
Yeah, 29 Sam 1, proceed.
Let's see. Let me find out where I lost my place in the chat. I'm apologizing for missing people.
There's going to be a tree and debris down blocking North Manor Road in the area of 1296 North Manor. If you can advise PennDOT, I'm going to place flares for now, but it's in a bad spot, so we're going to need an immediate response.
Yeah, we're going to hear a lot of trees down as this storm keeps moving in. MS Inquisitive, welcome to the gallery. No new sightings after yesterday, but 2 sightings within the area where they confirmed he was in, where the police said, we're confident we have him in here. And they had 2 sightings within that area, which is good, because that confirms what they're saying. Thank you, MS Inquisitive. And Katrina Hetherington just gifted 5 memberships, welcoming all the new people in by giving them a free seat on the front row.
Area of Bernard and Worthington.
Very copy.
He's moving, Jeff says he's moving around very slowly, undetected in a road traffic cone. He is a short guy. It would have to be a big cone. It could be maybe a traffic barrel. An inch at a time, he could just scoot down the road. Let's see, Veronica, if the video is blurry, Nick's video is blurry probably because of the rain. He might have some water on the lens. It's also in the low light. It's hard for a camera, even a cell phone, to get good, clear video. Peggy says, I haven't accomplished anything in the past week. I have a severe case of FOMO. Oh, no. Corn Dog, thanks for the super sticker. Patricia Laundry as well. How many of you are sad when RA signed off earlier? My husband is an addict now. Well, at least you're spending couple time together. That's awesome, Patricia.
They reopened the alarm. Apparently there is a Ken Poe is en route. ETA is 10 minutes in a white Dodge Ram.
Copy.
Unit 161 status.
I see the comment. I'm not sure if you're a troll, Bobby, asking me to change my voice. This is the one I have.
Sam, I'm still trying to find the RP. You have an updated location for her?
Thank you, Ricky. Appreciate you, my friend. We have heard that the family, the victims, do have protection, that they are being monitored under,
and he
are
was
kept
supposed
safe
to
right
be on Lincoln Highway between 11th and 12th in a black Acura SUV with hazards on.
They're saying rain until 10 or 11. Do you think you could get into Canada? Ruth, it would always be a possibility. I think it would be a slim one because the police have said they have information that would lead them to believe he's headed south or wants to go south. possibly out of the country. Canada would be the wrong direction for that. So I think Canada doesn't have to worry, anytime soon. Okay. Thanks for your comment there. Appreciate that. He's a slippery little ninja. Yeah, I hope after this that he spills the beans about how he was able to evade them. Hot Mess Mom TV says, I thought they were using ground penetrating radar versus ground surveillance radar. I think on this one, Mom, as well as we called you before, because I don't want to call you Hot Mess, but I guess we could. It's your name. I think on this one, the ground penetrating radar, which I've been around and had the experience of witnessing, I don't think it would be extremely effective. It's good at identifying like objects buried in the ground, but it's still very tricky to use. The rain and everything else, it takes a long time to configure it. It's a clunky software on hardware, the antenna system, how you have to drag it over the ground or carry it over the ground. It doesn't seem to be the right tool for that, and it's not extremely effective at great depths. I don't think he's going to be super deep either, but I would doubt that they have any ground penetrating radar or GPR as they call it on this pursuit. Nurse for God just gifted 10 memberships. Thank you very much. The abuser should have started stabbing. Yeah, there are lots of things we wish he would do instead of what he did, and that's why we're trying to make sure he gets held accountable. Melody Breckenridge, thank you very much. Welcome to the gallery as a green supporter. And Nurse for God just comes in again with a super chat. Thank you. I'm trying to get to the questions here. You guys are making it hard to see. I found you only because of Nick the Hat and JR. When I break and just subscribe to your channel now too. Also, yes. Thanks, Greg. Thank you very much. Nick and JR are doing great work here. They're putting serious time in on the ground that the locals are very grateful for as well, because they're getting information and views of things that they just can't see. And a lot of the locals don't want to be out there, to be walking along the, in the perimeter in this area where somebody's on the loose. Would it be wise? Oh, wow, you scared the daylights out of me, little RA. How are you doing? Do you need a hug? What? You're going to... Oh, you want me to take my headphone off so I can say something? Hang on one second.
Separate from the accident, can you notify Pico of a low-hanging wire on South 11th, just north of Olive? I have a pole number when you're ready.
And he's awesome.
For him in there, I believe it's going to be 513 East Bernard. I'll be stopping out with.
Danielle.
33, copy, you're on scene. I was on the phone. What's the address?
I'm glad we hooked your husband too, so you can be together. We appreciate that. Nurse for God. The button is stuck.
I believe it's going to be 513. They're having a little soiree on the porch.
A soiree? What is a soiree?
Pico pole.
Just confirm, is it blocking the roadway or not?
41 plus the copy. Your stop mile marker 1.4 southbound Route 100.
It's about 8 feet high on the one side. It doesn't need immediate response.
A party? Is it French?
I'm going to punch hard for the
Where's that word from?
Yeah, 2901.
I'm
Okay, I'm headed out. They were notified, no ETA. Also have one in front of 47 Reason Lane for a tree limb across the roadway. I'll help.
Okay, lots of tree limbs down. Hopefully that won't cause problems for them patrolling the perimeter. Let's see, Mike Neese, welcome to the gallery. Thank you, my friend, for subscribing, as well as Sharon K. I appreciate you both. Please take your seats on the front row. Gaga Life says, I'm watching football and listening to you. Thanks for being here. Go team, Gaga Life. Yay, sport. So hopefully the right team wins on your game.
267-51, copy your stop, 600 block, North Chester Road.
He pronounced it wrong, soiree. Is it French? It sounds French. I've never heard that word before. It is French. It's a small party and casual. Thank you, Maui Bell. Thanks for the clarification. Let's see, Nurse for God. You're going to have to fix your keyboard or your mouse because it's doing it again. But thank you for your incredible generosity. Okay, how bad is the storm there? I'm about 35 miles east, and we had a wild lightning storm. The radar shows that the storm's going to keep moving through there. Let's see, 35 miles east, you're probably going to be included because this storm goes all the way through. I guess Vinland is about the outer edge in out of state, but in Vermont, I believe, or is that New Jersey? I think it's Vermont. So the outer edge is there. After this next band, which should move through probably in the next, I'd say, half hour. Let's see. You may be free for a little while. We may have a little, even though there's cloud cover, it may stop raining for just a little bit.
3946, checking DC for 877.
Let's see.
copy.
No, I'm looking at the wrong map here. Just one second. Okay, 9, 10, 11. So we have a band going through right now. It's extending down almost as far south as Wilmington, but a little bit that might move off to the east of the area. So hopefully it'll ease up a little bit there. I don't know if Nurse forgot if this is like the 4th or 5th time you've gifted 10 memberships, but they just keep scrolling across the screen. We're running out of people in gray. You realize that every time you welcome more people in with memberships, they don't have the timeout timer. They can chat as much as they want because there's no cooldown on the chat for members. Kayla Newell says, opinion, if they put tiny bottles of his beverage of choice by or near the perimeter, would he come stumbling back willingly? Also, thank you for coming live. Thank you, Kayla. Also, another idea that probably would work, but they're not going to do. But several people have suggested tempting him with favorite meals, just even cooking a massive batch of whatever he likes the most and blowing the scent into the area where he is just to lure him out. Because nobody can pass up a good barbecue or, whatever it is he likes. Not going to happen, though. Let's see. Uncivil Laws in the house. Good to see you, Kurt. How are you doing, my friend? How is Texas treating you? Is there a place to watch this horrible person's trial? Cookie, I've seen that question a couple times, and I have not researched it yet. We did not follow the trial on this channel. And it did just... finish up a couple of weeks ago. It was less than 30 days that the trial completed. He was sentenced. Or possibly there might have been a PSI, what they call a pre-sentencing investigation, which could put up to like 30 days between his conviction and sentencing. So it would have happened in the last couple of months in Chester County.
Responder just got here.
I don't know. It might be interesting to go back, even if we have to do a FOIA request, and pull the courtroom audio. To see if that's available. Maybe some of our document hounds could research that a little bit, because that would be interesting to look into. With child victims, though, this just occurred to me. With child victims, it's most likely that they would not release that, or that the judge would have closed the courtroom, because you've got children that witnessed a crime that would be testifying. And if that was a main component of the trial, there's a good chance it was not. Thank you, Nurse for God. There's a good chance it was not broadcast, or even though we might be able to get audio. But man, how heartbreaking would that be to have to question the daughter about, or a little child about the murder of their parent. That just breaks your heart. And to have the attorneys be able to cross-examine. Usually in those cases, the defense attorneys, even the aggressive ones, will have no questions for the witness, or they'll be very gentle with them, because any jury would just convict right then and there and go for the throat if defense attacks a child victim like that. R.A. Marin plays as Ramaran plays. Since Nurse for God, is that Roblox? It looks like Roblox. Since Nurse for God is hogging all the membership gifting, Blackbird speaks. Welcome. Thank you very much. Amy H51 gifted 5 memberships as well, and Nurse for God. I think, what is this, 100 now?
Copy for Fireboard, 3 down in front
Thank
of
you.
1211 Sterling Street.
I'm in Boston. We've had bad storms too. It's probably the same system moving through. It's pretty massive. It really is. Joni says, I just read there's over 1,400 linear feet of underground tunnels below Longwood Gardens. Easy to slither around for sure. If there are, underground poses a problem for like a Wi-Fi camera or for a cellular camera, because underground your signal's not going to get out as well.
Unit 16141. I now have an accident property damage for you in front of at the intersection of Hope Avenue and Charles Street. Hope Avenue and Charles Street.
That's not
2
ours.
vehicles blocking a silver pickup and the Colors Park Jeep Cherokee.
1,400 linear feet.
And then it was just corrected.
It's
that
a
the
lot,
caller was actually driving.
but that's not a ton.
41, got me.
Take that and divide that by 300, and you've basically got four to 5 football field lengths of tunnels, which is a lot, but it can actually be checked and cleared and probably even secured fairly quickly. Do we know how long he evaded in Brazil? He's still evading in Brazil. I think they still want him. Do you think this large amount of law enforcement will be sustainable if he's not caught in a few weeks? First of all, that's a great question, Quality Films. The state police have said we're not going anywhere, but oftentimes what they say initially might morph into we're focusing our efforts in this direction, and instead of having people on the ground, we're going to have units in the air, or we're going to be monitoring this other way. I don't believe that this level of personnel on the ground is going to continue, even if this goes on for, say, another week, unless there are confirmed sightings. As long as we keep having confirmed sightings with him on camera, moving through the area.
Blocking 82 completely?
Lots of trees down. Yeah, but the confirmed sighting, I think, would be the key.
Lane, but it's right on the other side of the crest of the hill, so southbound traffic will hit it if it's not lit up.
Nurse forgot. It's just raining in here. Nurse Forgot has boxes of paper that is oddly the texture of money. Oh man, Nurse Forgot has been a long-time supporter of the channel and very, very generous. Thank you very much. Okay, Susan of NJ, welcome. Good to have you here. How did the Mushroom Festival go today? I'd love to hear from any locals. I'm not sure if there's anybody who wants to call in and can flag me. I'll unlock the phone if you want to tell me a little bit about the festival. I did tweet out my support for the festival. I took a picture of a large mushroom in my own yard, saying North Carolina stands, in solidarity with Pennsylvania. But I wasn't about to see if it was an edible mushroom, because with my luck, it would not be. Selena K also gifted 5 memberships, another great supporter of the channel. Thank you very much. This isn't looking good for law enforcement, Marcy. Marcy, I vacillate on this position. Sometimes I think, why haven't they caught him yet? Clearly, we've got all these people here. It should be easier. 400 to 1, the odds are not in this guy's favor. But at the same time, how long back do we have to look at, say, Brian Landry down in Florida, out in the Everglades, where we should have been able to just see him with a helicopter, fly over and spot him, and that took weeks to find his body in that case. We've had other inmates, escapees that have been on the run for a long time, for 30 days. That's not unheard of to have somebody escape for a month, and some actually escaped and never found. So it just depends. The thing that this fugitive has in his favor, Danelo is in a very difficult area to search. There's plenty of cover, and it's very difficult. It's not like just you and me running through a park, a local city park, and dodging the trees and seeing if anyone's hiding behind the tree. The thickness of the vegetation, it is so dense and it is so rough to go through that it's difficult to get a dog in there. The dog has to be on a leash. The handler has to be right behind him. The officers have to wade through and break through, and they have to go in areas where there aren't the paths. They have to sort of break through and make sure he's not hiding in the brush. They can't just walk the trails. So he's definitely got the advantage because of the terrain, but I do think it's just a matter of time. Nurse for God says this station is the best. Thank you so much. Amy H51 also just gifted another 10 memberships. It's raining here. Let's see. Any questions? There's a picture of the tunnels on Longwood website for those who want to visualize them. They're large and walkable. I imagine they could also be securable. It shouldn't take too much technology to be able to erect a very permanent gate or a temporary gate, even if they have to sink some anchors into the walls, some concrete anchors or something. Okay. Yes, it's hard to see area to search, and he is small, so we can hide easily. Yeah, and he's got lots of waterways. Waterways are a problem. I mean, they're not a problem, but they're helpful to him because it's very difficult to track someone through water. Dogs can't do that very well at all. And under the cover of darkness and with all the foliage overhead, he could be climbing around all over the place like a squirrel. Tony checks in and says, Mushroom Festival is so fun. Everyone was relaxed and enjoying music and good food. Probably with mushrooms on it. Let's see, they've done a pretty good job with the perimeter, says Sean Allen, in my opinion. He's only made it a few miles. That's amazing with this rural area. Yeah, I mean, that is one thing to the law enforcement's credit. I realize he has escaped from the perimeter a couple times, or they've expanded it. But they would set up those perimeters based on the best information they had at the time, and he just wasn't within those perimeters at the time. Or he did manage to get through. But to be able to hold him to this, postage-size space, even though it's fairly big, on the big scheme of things, it is sort of impressive.
Last name Sundo, Sierra Uniform November, Delta Oscar. First name Joey.
Bite me.
2002, 11/27.
Welcome. Good to have you here.
241 call 58, copy your stop, live in a block West Lincoln Highway.
I will say that I got bit by a mosquito today.
33, correction. First name's going to be Joseph.
Okay, Longwoods Garden shows the tunnels. Shows the tunnels supposedly. I might look at that in a minute if we want to share that. Looks like Nick's moving. Let me check in and see what he's getting here.
The perimeters, the original perimeter, because they've been jumping back and forth. So we're going to go in the area of Waterglen and see if we see any police activity. We're going to hit Carco, and then we're going to go to, what's it called? Like the Mendenhall area.
Okay, so he's moving to a new location. He's just returning to his vehicle, I think. Okay, so we'll check in with him as he's moving from that area to another location. We get a different view on a different side of the perimeter. I'm not clicking the same icon over and over. This is happening consistently with a different donation every time. Nurse for God, thank you. Many people, thank you for your generosity tonight, and many others. Why can't we hear Nick? We're trying to follow the scanners. Nick is doing a great job over there. I will say I would love for people to follow Nick for what he's doing on the ground. It's great. He's given us permission to use his video, and we thank him for that. It is awesome. We don't want to have me just restreaming Nick is not going to help anybody. So what Nick doesn't have going is he doesn't have the scanner, and he doesn't have the aerial map going. So with that, I'm trying to provide a little bit different information while we still utilize what Nick can provide as far as some clarification, and if he gets some visual of something happening, we're going to bring that in. We're just trying to cover it as best we can because we figure that more coverage is better than less. And I'm just super excited that Nick's live on YouTube now. Okay.
41.
Go ahead. The great people in chat. Memberships are flying around. They're still going. I mean, it's crazy.
I already notified Signal Service about traffic lights, 30 and 11th, but we're also getting the traffic lights out heading west down Lincoln Highway from 13th to 10th. Do you want me to just dupe this into the first one?
Okay, that'll work. Traffic
okay,
lights
I'm also
out.
holding an ambulance call for 743 East Chestnut Street. Ambulance and medics are being dispatched out for a 58-year-old female with testing.
Okay.
I'll call 3391. I sent you a message.
I don't think that directly affects the impacted area, but traffic lights being out could affect traffic, which could cause problems. Patches, thank you for the membership to the generous person. 4 months. It's good to have you around as a member. Kayla Newell says, did Danelo commit a crime in PA or Virginia? Looking up court filings and I see nothing. He's a ghost in PA. It would be in Chester County, Pennsylvania, is where he was committed the crime and where he was tried. That was also where he escaped from the Chester County prison. Taylor Rudisil says, best group to be part of. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Look at that. You've got a New Color Courthouse by your name. That's wonderful. Nurse for God is doing what Nurse for God has been doing for the last hour and is giving away memberships. I cannot even count. I think you're close to 100 memberships, Nurse for God. Just so you know, just so you know, you're close to 100 memberships tonight. That is incredible.
217-1241.
How old were the kids? They were young. I think elementary school. I don't want to give away ages and names. Their pictures are available if you search for them online. Obviously, I don't want to show those. We don't have permission from the custodial individuals over them.
Klein Avenue, 644 Klein Avenue for suspicious conditions. Caller can see flashlights up on the balcony.
41, okay.
Flashlights on the balcony is not suspicious, in my opinion. Sarah Seward says, big thank you with a super chat. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate that. Danielle says, I got a membership. Thank you. It's most likely from Mercy of God, although we've had many other great gifters. Amy H51 have gifted memberships as well. We had Selena K has been gifting them. They've just been awesome. So thank you, and others. Let's see. Signalizing says, Recovery Addict, wouldn't the Manhunt Task Force be using encrypted comms? I doubt much related to the search will come up in the scanner. You're right, Signalizing. They are using encrypted comms. What that means is basically, if you ever use like a FRS radio.
217-1241. Caller states the apartments are abandoned. Unknown how many people are in there and can't tell how many lights he sees.
Okay, that is suspicious.
He has no further information. He's disconnected.
Okay. Abandoned apartments with lights on the balcony.
612.
Yeah, 0612 proceed.
612. When sets traffic lights are out, I have Route 10 and Commons. Can we do a power outage with lower Oxford Township?
Okay. Power outage causing the traffic outage.
King 39, I'll be en route as well.
1739 copy?
Okay, I'll advise the state.
When the scanner stops here, they're using encrypted combinations or communications. Regular radios, they just transmit your sound a lot like an FM radio. You can just tune through the you can just tune through the frequencies, and you can hear whatever you tune to. You can hear what's coming across. Encrypted, if you tune to an encrypted frequency, you would hear basically it would sound like computer noise. You would just beeps and whistles. You know, that's it. And the only way to transmit or to transfer that sound and make it be audible, the sound we're hearing right now on the scanner, you would have to have the encryption key on the other end to decode it and put it back together. They do this so that anyone who has the capability, like a scanner, to tune into their frequency won't hear them discussing their tactics about when they're going to move in and which side's going to move first and how they're going to try to push him one way. That would all be very useful information for him to know. So they use encrypted comms on the TAC channels, the tactical channels, and then on the other channels that we're listening to here, we're listening to dispatch. And the reason we listen to dispatch is because if there's a suspicious sighting in the area, the caller is going to pick up the phone and they're going to call 911, and we're going to hear the people we hear are the people who are answering the phones at 911. And that call comes in and they say, hey, we've got a report of a suspicious situation. We've got somebody who matches the suspect's description, and here's where he was. This is what he was doing. And that call goes out, and then it gets transferred to the tactical guys. So we're listening for those calls because of all the sightings that have happened since he escaped. I believe only 2 of them have been from law enforcement sources. Everything else has come from people in the area, from neighbors, from civilians, from citizens who witnessed something and called it in.
Northbound Route 82, north of Marshall Bridge Road. Northbound Route 82, north of Marshall Bridge Road for an erratic driver, an older model white pickup truck driving on the axle with no tire and sparking, almost struck the caller's vehicle.
Wow. It must be the weekend. Must be the weekend.
Caller following. I am waiting for that information also. Also, I will be holding an alarm for you at 114 Montana Drive, 114 Montana Drive. It's going to be an audible burglary from the laundry room door.
when the
You can hold.
when they say they're
Okay,
holding
and caller no longer sees that vehicle.
when they say they're holding a
72
call
copy.
or holding an alarm for you, it basically means dispatch is busy. That the calls that are coming in, they've stacked up, and the officers out on the street are busy with something, and they say, okay, we'll put that, you're next on the list, right? So as soon as they finish responding to this burglary alarm, they're going to go check out, this other thing, and that's what you hear that call. So that's like a keyword in your headphones when you hear the dispatch say, I'm holding this for you, it means that's pending. They're starting to back up with calls, and that's not a good sign because it means the officer is going to be working really hard this tonight. Angie Burr says, thank you for the wonderful community. I've been here since the beginning, and this is my secondary account. 1 month on this one. Thank you, RA and Mods. Angie, thank you so much. Love that you have 2 accounts. So I guess you can both log in and you can have a conversation between yourself if you wanted to. But thank you. Tell us what your other account is, or is that a secret? Every time someone gets hopeful and sounds confident he will be caught, game over. Literally, the next report is they lost him. So frustrating for them all. Yes, but I'm still.
17 units, your status.
This is just a status check for Fox 7. That's one of the officers. If he doesn't answer, they'll call again.
Also be holding a parking complaint for Freedom Valley Circle and Wendell Court for 2 vehicles that are not supposed to be parked there.
Unit 17-1241 and King 39, your status.
Let's say I'm on copy.
All right.
Copy.
So officers are saying they're okay. There's no problems. They're just checking on officers that have been on calls for a little while to make sure they're not in danger. What crime did he do in Brazil? Never give up. Murder. Murder in Brazil. Murder in the United States. Okay. I'm way behind. I apologize. I'm trying to just scroll for people who are asking questions. Bobby says, is there a way I can donate 100,000 to you for your hard work? If you have 100,000 to donate, there's probably a better source you can donate that to. At this point, I would say try to donate it to the Longwood Gardens. But thanks for the. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. Don't worry. It's hard to say no. Don't send money. But if you've got $100,000, there are some people who need it more than I do. I just checked the FBI website, and Danelo Cavalcante was not even listed on the top 10 wanted list. He wasn't, and honestly, he's not. When you think about it, even though he's committed 2 murders, he's not really even shown that he's a threat to other people. And it's weird to say that, knowing that he murdered his ex-girlfriend. But if he had murdered just a random person, that would put him in a different category as far as threat levels than committing a murder within known acquaintances. In Brazil, the person he killed was someone who owed him money, and still that doesn't make him a good guy. It's not like we're not dealing with a serial killer who's just looking for his next victim wherever they might be. He probably is not going to commit another murder unless he gets cornered, and that's his only way out. That's just my 2 cents. Frenchie Mom 513. My hubby and I are watching football, and you along with my Frenchie. Dara Johnson
St. Peter's Place apartment.
Or Dara.
112 Church Street in the rear. Male subject under a vehicle. Caller tried to ask him to move the vehicle, and the subject ignored him. Caller's unsure if the vehicle belongs to him. Subject on to a green Honda Civic. Vehicle's located at the near end of the lot.
91, okay. 91, you can show me the route and clear from the Cloud 9.
Interesting.
Copy.
I'm concerned that with all the police activity down in this area, and basically the officers tied up, that people are taking advantage of this, and the calls we're hearing are higher, like the crime calls we're hearing are more frequent because of that, and that would be terrible if that's the case. Dara Johnson, I don't know which one it is. Welcome, thank you. I appreciate you joining as a member. Linda Jernigan, love to RA and Mods. You're wonderful and make me feel so welcome. Best channel ever. Thank you for the kind words, Linda. It's only good because of good people like you who are here. It wouldn't be the same without you. Thank you so much. Is he armed? Gabby, there's suspicion that he may have taken a knife from one of the homes he burglarized. They really didn't have.
Possibly intoxicated on an unknown substance. He's a white male in his 30s, long hair and a bun.
They really
Possibly
didn't.
wearing a Hawaiian shirt and unknown color shirt.
It's another call. They didn't have any way. The family that was burglarized didn't really have a way to prove.
The subject's now looking into another vehicle on the lot.
Yeah, that guy's going to get arrested, I think, if he doesn't move quickly. They didn't have a way to prove that he did or didn't take any knives because, how many steak knives do you have in your kitchen? Unless you have like a butcher block where you slide them into the little slots and one's missing. You've got a drawer full with a slot of knives, and it might be difficult to know how many are there. So they're not sure if he took one like that. If he did, that's probably the type of knife he has, like a kitchen knife, which is not the best knife to carry on the run because you end up stabbing yourself. I mean, where do you hold it? Where do you tuck it in? Where do you put it so it doesn't? Yeah, it's possible he does, but they haven't got any indication that way.
27 Paul 49, your status?
We also haven't heard if he has stolen any weapons. Okay. As a matter of fact, we hear that no weapons have been reported stolen.
The subject's now sitting in the green Honda.
Amy H51 RN Mods, I appreciate all your hard work. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate your generosity and the wonderful mood you bring to chat as you've been so generous. Okay. Captain Canuck says, I noticed something about shift change. The AM-PM shift clears out first, then PM-AM shifts roll in to take position. That left a huge window open for him to get out.
31. The subject's now walking southbound.
I haven't seen that.
6 Paul 31.
31.
I haven't seen that. The only time I've witnessed the actual change of a position, one car pulled up right next to the other one, and then the other car left. And it was literally like, replacing your spot, pushing the one car out of the way as the next one took over. I haven't seen him clear out and say, oh, I'm done. Punch the clock. I'm out of here at 5 o'clock. Who is Buttercup's human? Bite Me, or Rebecca, as we know her, is Buttercup's human. Rebecca counts mosquitoes for a living.
60 Samsung status?
She does a dang good job of it. Red text in your chat is in subscriber only mode. I can't chat a free gift. It's subscriber only mode, but you don't have to send a super chat. I'm trying to read all the comments I can, but as you can imagine, there's a few people in here right now, so I'm missing a lot. Unique Detail, good to have you here. Hope your car is clean. I don't know where Unique Detail's at, but if you have a car and need it cleaned, Unique Detail LLC might be a place you should take it.
Wearing a black shirt and dark colored pants.
We're going to listen to this one again. Hold on. This might be suspicious. Let's see. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
91. Subject met up with another person, white male 30, wearing a black shirt and dark colored pants.
Same 11 will be in the area.
I didn't hear a location for that. Okay, but there wasn't enough of a description to know if that was like a sighting or not, so I'm not going to count that.
Copy.
Am I in a commercial studio? I am in, George, I'm in a home that was built in 1915. Kids are giving goodnight hugs. I'm in a home that was built in 1915, and it's definitely not a commercial studio. But I do have some fun gear that I've acquired over many years of being involved in everything from, working at a TV station to video production.
3319, copy. You're en route to Hammock in Suites 700 West Euclid Avenue, room 1213 for trespassing. Caller states the female subject has been causing problems all day long. Wants the PD to trespasser from the property.
All right.
1521 out the subject.
Let's see. Can you catch the door on the way out so it doesn't get too loud? Thanks, buddy. Love you. I think she said white male on the call. Okay, so that would not be suspicious.
The callers, the subjects are near the Wells Fargo.
We'll be in front of West Point.
Copy.
KD98 says, wouldn't committing a crime or hurting someone be the last thing he'd want to do? That would just draw attention to him. Right. Everything we've seen is that he's trying to hide and get away. the fact that what he broke into the house and stole, it was food. I mean, he's got a backpack, maybe some clothes. There was no evidence that he was going for weapons or got weapons from anywhere that he broke in. So, Carla Hussey says, thank you for being live. I'm always here, but never chat. I'm a lurker. I love your content. Carla, thank you for the kind words, and thanks for popping out of the shadows. You can type !lurk in chat if you're lurking, and just announce that you're a lurker, so nobody gets scared if they see you, in the shadow somewhere. That's one of the commands that's available to you. Could they stagger state trooper and feds shift changes? Nina, I think from what we're seeing that a lot of the perimeter is being run by state police. So state police are doing the perimeter, and some of the federal assets who are helping there, and then a lot of the federal assets are working on the inside as well. It just depends what crews are on the ground. It seems strange to send in,
Subject's name is going to be a Kareem, black female in her 40s, 5'2", skinny build, black hair, unknown clothing description. She's screaming at customers and the caller, actively been causing disturbances for roughly 2 hours now.
Nice, yeah, can you show me out?
2 hours, and finally they call the police.
Yeah, 33 call 19 copy.
It seems strange that they would bring in federal assets with their capabilities and training and use them for perimeter, which state police is probably very well suited to do. Don't be suspicious. Don't be. What is that from, Dusty Den? I'm the only thing I can hear in my head think when I hear that is Chadwick. He's a Facebook streamer. He streams Call of Duty. He wears a suit when he plays video games. Cool guy. Love him to death.
Dispatch to the Women's Sober Living 605 Bridge Street, 605 Bridge Street for emotional disorder. I mean, 18-year-old female with suicidal ideation.
Oh, man.
No weapons, no intoxication.
Man, that's
possibly aware that 911 was called. She should not be aggressive.
Hope she gets the help she needs quickly.
Paul 21 and Paul 11, your status.
Daddy Crab, thank you very much.
Paul 9.
Paul 9.
It is dark there, Terry. You've got solid cloud cover as well. So we have a couple things. We have cloud cover, so there's no moon or starlight. We've got a lot of power outages in the area because of the storm that just went through, and it's nighttime. And yes, it's very dark.
1-5 units, okay.
Copy.
Dodie, they think they still have him caged in or cornered.
Yeah, 3 Paul 4, the male is going to be the actor. Timothy Hollis, right now in the 50s, where 911 is called. Possibly will cooperate with police.
3 Paul 4.
Do you know if he bought anything at the petrol store? Did he miss his chance to get out of there an area within the first hour or two? Thanks. Nicola, I haven't heard about that initial sighting. I've heard that initially when he was walking down the road next to the prison,
copy, okay for now.
A prison employee was driving the other way to work and passed him and remembers seeing him, but didn't have it register that, that guy looks like he should be on the inside, not on the outside. I've heard reports of him going to a store. He would have had to have stolen money first to go to a store, or he would have to have stolen from the store. Because, breaking out of prison, they usually don't give you a little bit of cash to get you on your way. Yes, the command center definitely has generators. They have all that they need to be almost completely independent. They also have had huge donations from local stores, from citizens in the area. They've actually said, okay, we've got everything we need. Don't bring us any more water. Don't bring us any more food. We've got everything we need. Instead, don't donate to a fire station or some other site. Nick found action. Let's see what he's got here. He's I think he was headed to a store first, and then he was going to go to another location. Let's see if he's giving us anything. His audio's on, but I think he's plugged into his charger. When he's plugged into Apple AirPlay, his mic is turned off. Let's see what happens. Trail cameras. I think this is going to be like even though we've got all this high tech, right? We've got helicopters with the latest and greatest as far as thermal imagery, infrared, zoom cameras that can zoom in on an ant on the ground and detect that. Okay, I think Nick lost his feed here. We'll go back right here. I'll try to pick that up here for you in just a minute. But I think it's going to be the trail cameras that are really going to provide the information we need, as they're basically putting these up everywhere we've seen and known him to travel. And we know he's gone back and forth in the same area before. So he might just be laying low, trying to let them search somewhere else and go elsewhere. Nick's checking something. We'll watch, see when he comes back up. Let's see. Where's Nick going? He wanted a different vantage point.
We have one male detained.
He might also be getting some supplies or some food.
Unit 1511, copy, one male detained.
Nick is known to need a little energy beverage drink occasionally. Rebecca.
And it's just FYI, the actor left in a black Jeep SUV with a green door on the passenger side, possibly went westbound on Route 30. Left about 4 minutes ago.
Rebecca, thank you for the super chat. Kayla Newell, farmers had to harvest early, so that will they be able to claim it on insurance as a natural disaster? Pretty sure they're compensated, right? Kayla, if this was feed corn, I don't know how much. Well, in the rain, harvesting anything in the rain is not good. Okay, your crop would probably be a total loss if you harvest in the rain. If that's the case, and I don't know, but feed corn normally is just left up until it's just about dry stalks and then just mowed down and mulched. But you don't want to do that wet, because it will just clog up the machinery and you lose your crop that way. But so I don't know what the case is. I don't know if they're volunteering to do that, if there was some sort of compensation that was promised to them. That could be the case. Nurse for God. Oh, man. Some things I just can't read. Let's see. Let me catch up. I apologize. Oh, it was sorghum they harvested. It's sorghum, and that's a cereal crop. You're right. It was not to feed corn. It was sorghum.
Pretty good. Two status.
That would probably be lost.
Copy. 3446.
Lily Pad, welcome. Thanks for the kind words. I hope you enjoy it here. It's a fun community. The government will subsidize the loss. That just means, it has to come from somewhere.
Unit for 1 call 58, check in to see for phone or something.
It's not corn. You're right. It is sorghum. We saw it up close. Rebecca says, I can't stand it. Super local over here. 5 miles south from main house and farm 5 miles north. Command center less than 1 mile away. It's insane. Rebecca, we can only imagine how it feels to be there, to go to bed at night and hear the helicopters circling and wonder, is he headed my way? Is it my backyard? Should I checking my cameras?
Yeah.
Is there movement? Every time there's a noise in the night. I imagine nobody's has gotten a good night's sleep since this started, and we're really hoping for all of you that this gets resolved soon. Heather Warmkessel, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. Nurse for God, you need to call it quits. You need to call it quits tonight. I'm going to go ahead and put a moratorium on those free memberships you've been handing out. But thank you very much. That was most generous. I think he has an hour limit on videos. Nick should not have an hour limit. Let's see. He shouldn't. I think there's going to be a 12-hour limit. I can't remember YouTube having an hour limit on videos, even for newer accounts. Brandon Curtis says, I wonder if he'll try breaking into the wrong house where an armed homeowner is prepared. Well, that would end quickly, and then we'd have a confirmed sighting of a different type. It's a possibility. All right, one guy said earlier that they would compensate 50-50. Carla, I wonder.
Unit 261235.
So basically, they're giving him half. The government's stepping up with half, assuming you're losing a portion of your crop that way.
Unit 261235.
Voyager, he was going around the outside of the perimeter. He told us he was going to move. We're still waiting for his feed to come back. I'll keep checking for that. He had an hour limit on Twitter. YouTube's different, though. Andrew, YouTube's a little bit different.
261235, copy the unit.
26435 copies. Spring Mill Senior Living, 3000 Belford Circle. Going out for seizures.
Nick is back. Okay, I think he's back right now. It might be a weak signal, so it may be dropping out again. We'll keep an eye on that.
1579, your status?
So many people are so grateful for Nurse to God tonight, who gave away about 100 memberships. Warren, member for 6 months. Look at that yellow courthouse by your name. Mostly a lurker. I really enjoy your channel. Thank you, Warren. Appreciate that. This is a little different than we normally do. We do follow the true crime related stuff, and this is crime related, as we have somebody who just was convicted and now is broken out of jail.
All right, so over here you can see, but when I walk up this way,
One
that trooper right there, that's
one
one of
custody.
about 75
All I'm moving
going each
Copy, one in
direction.
custody.
Are you guys able to see?
And Nick's just barely got a signal.
389?
Just barely picked up his audio.
If you can see this, I can only read YouTube comments. So we're on Street Road, and this really weird.
349, the Burger King at 100 Airport Road. Foot alarm is audible panic alarm from the drive-through register.
349.
That could be a oops, I bumped the panic alarm, but it also might be a robbery.
3844, you can clear me from this domestic. You can send me down the alarm. 3844, okay?
Nick is doing something that's pretty impressive, and let me tell you why I'm impressed with what he's doing right now. Nick was at the scene where it was an easy place to set up. You could drive right up to it. There was a good view. There was a lot of flashing lights. It was a good picture as far as the news went, and that's why all the other news stations were there. It was an easy shot to get the action, to get the shot that you want for the news. And he said, I'm going to leave here and I'm going to go other places. I'm going to look and see if I can find something else, because the locals want information on what's going on, not just this one shot that they can see on any news channel. And that is commendable. It really is, to Nick saying, I'm going to put in the work. I'm going to go somewhere where I might get nothing, on the chance that we can get something different and more information for people. So Nick is just doing it right out there. Let's see. Ashley says, as an insurance agent, I don't think this would be covered by the farmer's policy. However, without reading the policy, I can't confirm either way. Yeah, it's not the sort of thing that you would write into a policy. It's like, in case the police once tell me to cut my crop early, will I be covered? It's not something that you would think would come up, and it's definitely not under the act of God. Let's see. I hope they catch him soon, because I ran out of jokes 3 days ago, says Adam. Sorghum butter is good on biscuits, says Mama B. Hillary Rose, glad I caught another live. I thought you were done for the day. I took the day off mostly because I didn't want to have you guys glued to this screen if nothing was happening. And in previous nights about this time, we've had a lot of action. Things have happened. There have been developments. And so I decided to go live tonight just for that, but I didn't want to have you here if there wasn't anything to say. And unfortunately, we still don't have a lot new that's going on. For those that are new, one of the new pictures we have is this one right here of some of the new equipment they've brought in. It is not a tank. It's not a machine gun mounted on the back of a truck, as some people have hoped it is. This is a telescopic antenna that can probably raise, I'm guessing, about 40 feet based on the number of coils it has and the size. It can go probably about 40 feet up in the air using a hydraulic lift. And then it has a camera with thermal imagery and probably night vision as well, and a regular camera, high definition camera, and it can pan 360 degrees and zoom and just reach out and touch something as far as visually goes. So that'll help, because that'll give a viewpoint. They've had night vision on the ground, like head-worn night vision for like the teams moving through the forest. They've had night vision and thermal as well from the sky and the helicopters, and this gives them like that intermediate view where they can look down under the tree canopy, but above the foliage. There we go. I said it right. It took me 2 tries. The foliage on the ground. It's just one more asset. So hopefully that will prove useful. Let's see. Nick is Nick is just in black right now. I'm seeing nothing. It's a signal, but there's just nothing coming through. We'll see what happens here. Jamie Wingwood, hello from North Carolina. I am also in North Carolina. Welcome. Good to have you here. Let's see. And Nick's, this is his camera feed is lost. There it is from StreamYard. Now it's back.
3045.
Hold on.
Nick was there last night. JLR was there last night as well. They've both been there for a couple days now. Nick, I think a bit longer, putting in the good work. JLR said news reporter told him search is costing $1 million per day. Not sure if that's true.
108 Hilltop Drive for a well-being check. I was saying there is noise all over her house and inside her, now saying something about medical devices inside her that she does not want.
Oh, copy. We're from
Okay, what that just was, you heard the call. The caller says there are medical devices in her that they don't want, and there's noises all over in her house. She probably is mentally, she might have some issues, and the officer that responded said, we're familiar, meaning this probably wasn't the first time they've responded there for the same reason. The $1 million per day, we had a source the other day who confirmed with us that Nurse for God, did you just do this again? Or did this just stick from previously? I can't tell. Thank you very much either way. We had a source that said just on the local front, just local police, not anything federal assets and not the helicopters, the cost would be about $300,000 a day just for the locals. Some of those other assets, the helicopters, the federal agents, there's a much higher cost when you're also paying for housing and everything else, hotels to keep people in. So that it could very much, $1 million a day, it's high, but it's not out of the question depending on what assets they've brought in. Okay, I'm way behind on chat. I'm going to try to catch up to the questions. Do you think the garden will get reimbursed all the money they're losing and their employees? Steve, here's what I think. I think what's going to happen is this has raised a lot of attention. People that had
1102 East Baltimore Pike, 1102 East Baltimore Pike. For suspicious condition, caller just heard rattling at the side door. The dog's also barking, nothing seen. Also be advised, the state was given a possible burglary in East Marlboro at 756 Northbrook Road. Apparently, caller came downstairs, found the front door wide open. Just an FYI. Command post was already advised.
Okay, so both of these are in the search area. Those are going to be added to the map, I'm sure, here shortly.
Negative, I was just making you aware.
Copy that.
Not necessarily a sighting, but something that the police will be checking out and doing so quickly. So finishing this question, Steve and Amanda, I think what's going to happen is people who have learned about Longwood Gardens and seen pictures of it on the map and have now done some Google search and said, holy cow, this place is beautiful, they've added it to their bucket list. And although they're losing right now, they're losing money, they're losing, they're paying employees, but they don't have any revenue coming in from guests visiting. What they're going to see is they'll see probably a huge increase of this once this is over, as people are grateful for the gardens for what they've done, for their help they've offered in this search, and also just they're curious. So I think they'll see an uptick, probably better than any advertising campaign they could have planned. That's my hope. I know I've added it to my list. I'd like to go see it as well. Who asked about Danelo here and the FBI?
60 Sam 2. The door is on the right side of the residence between the garage and the house. Trash is on the property can be a trip hazard. There should be a black pickup truck in the driveway. All doors to the residence should be locked.
60 Sam 2. I copy. I'm familiar with the residence.
Okay.
Okay. Why has there been no presser from law enforcement in 2 days? I would be so mad if I were a community member. The last thing we got from law enforcement was they invited all the press to the command center for a show and tell. And there's video out there of all the deputies answering the phones, working on computers, the big screens, the overlay, the map, the images, the video. There's all that just to get a peek behind the curtain a little bit. And I think they were hoping that this would sort of calm people's fears when they see how impressive the command center was. I think it was poor timing, and probably didn't accomplish exactly what they wanted. But at the same time, we've had more confirmation from law enforcement officers, sort of through unofficial channels, that has checked out. It seems like they're not so tight-lipped about things that they are allowed to share. And so that has sort of filled the gap as far as the press conference goes. Where really, if you look at all the press conferences, very little was said. They're up there and they have the picture of Danelo and they stand there nicely and pretty much they say, I can't tell you about that. I can't answer that question. No, I can't. That's under investigation. And it was a lot of nothing. So I think we may be better off right now, even though it is frustrating to aesthetically it would look a lot better. Perception is everything, right? It would look a lot better if they were holding press conferences, so it would look like they're giving information out. Jacqueline Corbin's asking about ground penetrating radar. How does that work? Is it a drone?
Parksburg train station in the parking lot, 501 Main.
That call just dropped out. I imagine you could have it on a drone, but usually it's vehicle mounted. The antenna has to be fairly low to the ground to get a high resolution image.
Parksburg train station in the parking lot, 501 Main.
Okay.
The radio keeps cutting out. Okay. Anyway, so ground penetrating radar is most likely not being used on this. You would use that for finding like natural caves in the ground, for sometimes looking for maybe water or changes in minerals in the ground if you're looking for a certain type of mineral. It's not the sort of thing that you're scanning the dirt to see if he's buried under the surface breathing through a straw. That's not what you're looking for. It would work for that, but it's just a big hassle to do that sort of search, and it's not easy to use. It's very clunky. It's very bulky, and it takes a lot of training and tuning. All right, Cavalcante is going to have to stamp a lot of license plates to pay for this search. I don't think there are enough license plates in the U.S. to pay for this search, even if you stamped them all. How long have I been on YouTube? Anna, about 10 months. I started last October, I think, the end of October. All right, Nick is on the move. We're hoping he gets to a new location as he's driving around the area. As soon as he gets settled, we'll see if we can check in and see what's happened. Okay, catching up on this. How many of those telescopic camera things came in today? Kenny, I don't know the count. We just know that these assets are available. I'd be surprised if it was only one. Cost-wise, they're probably in the, I'd put them in the probably $50,000 range as far as equipment goes. And most of that's in the technology and the camera, and the other half is in the boom that lifts it up and down. So they're not cheap, but they're probably the thermal imagery cameras, the night vision, and the HD zoom. They're expensive. Kathy, we heard that call, the scanner, the rattling on the side door. That was that call and the other call that came in.
946, okay, for the alarm at 34 Overhill Road. 34 Overhill Road should be audible from the basement window number 4.
That call and the other one that came in were both within the search area or close enough that they notified search the command center. So we'll listen and see if something happens from that. Let's see. Oh, we hit 27,000. We just hit 25,000 this week. That is amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate all those who have felt it in their hearts to join us on the channel as subscribers. All right. I think we're at 28. We're at 28. You have to do exclamation point addicts. Just one person. Exclamation point addicts will tell you. Neighbors should all put signs in their yards that say, I have a gun and know how to use it. Hey, Dodie, this area, a lot of people are armed. And if you're connecting from another country, if you're watching this from another country, it may seem, foreign to think about this, but it would not be unreasonable to think that every other home, at least every other home, has a firearm in it, and somebody that knows how to use it. That is not, it seems strange for other parts of the world, but here in the U.S., that is normal. It's something that we've grown up with. Maybe some of these areas, the number might be a little lower, but it would, if you were to knock on 3 doors, I would be surprised if one of them could not produce a firearm, if you look scary. Do you know if there are hidden snipers in the woods? Crimes and victims, I don't think they'll be hidden in the woods. The snipers we saw previously, let me see if I can pull this up. The snipers we saw previously, the picture of was on Longwood Drive, and they're basically on an overpass. I think they're going to put them in a vantage point that's useful for that, and that gives them a long range to view a road in case he was trying to run across.
What do you got?
Nurse for God is still gifting memberships. Unbelievable. Thank you so much. Judy says, Lurker, I live in Warren County, PA, where Michael Burnham escaped. It took 20 days to find him with the same resources, and he didn't get far either. Hang in there, Chester County.
Nursing home, 417 Manor Avenue, second floor, room number 3. Ambulance is being dispatched out for a DOA.
Dr. McDreamy says,
log 2 off. What about Paul 7, David 61, and Paul 1?
Bottle my voice and sell it as a sleep aid. I guess that's a compliment. Thank you, Dr. Dreamy. Jan gifted 5 memberships as well, joining in with the fun. Congratulations to all those new members, and thank you to those who are in a position where they're able to share membership with the channel with other people. That is very generous of you, and it's what a welcome for the people who just found the channel. Okay, it's nice to have rights, says Jesse. Yeah, this is something that is ingrained in most of us as Americans, because the right to own a firearm is fundamental in our government system. It's literally spelled out in our founding documents as the Second Amendment, the right to keep and bear arms, the right to have a way to protect yourself, or to, as without getting political, Pickles, not politics here. Depends on your interpretation, whether it's the right to protect yourself or the right to protect yourself from the government. We won't start that fight. That's for another channel, another day. But it's all the way back there. I mean, 1776, or shortly thereafter, this was something that was brought about. And so now down the road, the number of firearms that exist in this country are through the roof. And that brings its own challenges, but that's, well, yeah. Be Kind Tiger says, Pickles, not politics, stop now. Okay, we won't go any further there, but just know that every time that this suspect breaks into a home, he must be thinking, I hope they didn't hear me break in, and I hope they don't have a gun. So that's it.
6 to Sam 2, I'm good.
All right, do they still have to have permits for guns? That depends on the state. The United States as a whole, as it's divided into 50 different states, the laws for guns change from state to state. So literally, you could do something with or have a firearm in one state and try to move to another state, and the laws about it change. It's different where you can use it, how you have to store it, things like that. All these laws change. So you have to. It's like moving from a mini country to another mini country. You have to refresh on the laws and understand the rules of the new area which you're going to. If you're traveling through, like interstate travel, there's more leeway with that generally. But if you reside in the other state, then you have to follow their laws. All right. Nurse for God is making the rest of us look like slackers. No, you guys are great. Thank you so much. Nurse for God is. Did you win the lottery recently, Nurse for God? Was there like a huge influx of cash in your life? Thank you very much for your generosity. How valid is the rumor of tunnels underneath? It's not a rumor. It's confirmed. I think you can see it on the website. And Nick actually was accessing some of the areas near there where you can see some of the terrain and similar type structures.
Dispatched to Wellington Court, 1361 Boat Road, personal care unit, 3rd floor, room 323, for an injured person.
Monica says, I think someone might be drunk.
16 31, I got there for the traffic complaint. Unit 0946 status.
Pulse 6, I'm still checking.
Still checking.
Monica, thank you very much. Amy as well, gifted another 5. Amy's been incredibly generous, not just today, but for many months as a supporter on the channel. Thank you all. Okay, looking for questions here. Any trials in the near future? Yes, we wanted Sarah Boone's trial, but that got pushed out as she had a hearing just this week on the 8th, where her lawyer was just allowed to withdraw. So that happened. We'll switch back to trials here soon. Hopefully, as soon as they catch this guy, or we might have to do double coverage. Jerry Young, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. A new member. Make sure you type !seat. It works for members only to get moved up onto the front row. Nurse for God, we don't doubt at all. Thank you so much. You've been incredibly generous, and from all the people who received memberships, I'm sure. Thank you very much. You're wonderful. Okay. Let's see. Sarah Lawrence says, "Well, I guess I'll go do my workout since I can barely participate in chat." I apologize, Sarah. I realize we do have the slow chat feature turned on. It's not that we're not trying to be mean. I'm not able to read them if they scroll that fast, and it's going so quickly that I miss things already, and it's the only way I can have a chance at reading some of the comments. Nick is on his way to the break-ins. Let's pop in on his audio really quickly.
For
see
sure.
What he has.
And that's definitely enough time to walk through the night into another area, and that's why the perimeter is kind of all over the place.
Did he just run that stop? No,
around.
he didn't. That was a full stop. That was not a California stop there. It wasn't a rolling
Anything's
stop.
possible, yeah, but if you're local, you guys know already that if you hear something like that, you're going to call the police, especially those that are local. You're not going to think it's a raccoon or something and say, oh, that's fine, and that's something you don't want to do, because if it is him, right now they're relying on the public for a lot of information.
Yeah, we'll turn his audio down just for a minute as we keep listening to the scanner. Obviously, we're trying to provide a little different information than he's providing, and we give him once again a huge thanks and a shout out for his willingness to let us stream his video today. He's putting in the hard work. I'm so excited that he was able to start his YouTube today and get like 6,000 subscribers already. It's awesome. This just happened. Nurse for God, thank you very much. Okay, here's a question. Tower Hill Girl, I don't think they'll be able to survive too much longer. Mark my words, they'll probably be dead when they find him. I think you underestimate the number of resources that are in the area that are available to him, whether it's People's Vegetable Gardens or this Longwood Gardens, just how rugged it is, how many water sources are available, and maybe even how resourceful he is, as we've heard that when he was escaping in Brazil, he did have some experience surviving in the jungle. Amber says, this may be a dumb question. No dumb questions, but does PA have both jails and prisons? Yes. Just trying to figure out if there's a reason all inmates were in the yard and didn't appear to be segregated by risk level. Amber, typically a jail is where people who are held pending trial.
You just advised 82. It looks to be accidental.
They're held pending trial in a jail, and then once they're sentenced, if it's for more than a year, they would go to a prison. Whereas a prison, it's more of a long term, not as much inflow and outflow. It's longer, but yes, I believe they have both.
You want 5 plus 21?
He could milk one of those cows, says Lisa. I doubt he's going to do that. Although fresh milk, I wouldn't knock it if he did. What is Nick's YouTube channel? Nick's channel, I've got it. Let's see. Actually, I don't. I've got the scanner link and the map link up here. Let me tell you, Nick's channel, if you go to YouTube and you just type...
Okay. The vehicle's still there?
You type Nick the Hat. NIK-THE-HAT. Nick the Hat. And that's the name of his channel on YouTube. Just started it today, and he's doing great. There it is. That's what you want to search for. If you put the @ symbol after it, like if you have www.youtube.com/Nick
Vehicle west
Nick,
heading
the
southbound
hat
on
with
Mason
dashes.
Street
I
towards
think
Mount
you'll go
Road.
right to
A
his
green
page.
hatchback
Right.
unknown
Oh,
red.
there it is with the at symbol.
Probably reason to be selling
Thank you,
drugs,
6
but
volt.
cannot provide a reason why.
I'm going to listen to that one again. Caller thinks he's selling drugs. We're going to re-listen to that call.
Vehicle west heading southbound on Mason Street towards Mount Road. It's a green hatchback unknown red. Probably reason to be selling drugs, but cannot provide a reason why.
He's just like, I don't know. I don't know about that car, but I just think they're selling drugs. I don't have anything to go off of, but you need to pull them over and inspect. Nurse for God is doing it still. Thank you so much. Nick is treating the stop signs like yellow lights. I do realize he's being cautious. This is very sparsely. All I can say is I hope that he accidentally bumps into the dude, quite literally. Maybe that'll happen. Let's see. And Susan says, "Oh man, now that I'm allowed to chat, I don't remember my questions." Susan, I'm sorry. I really am sorry. Susan, make sure your gift setting is turned on. If when somebody types exclamation point gifts, just one person in chat, it'll put a link up in chat. You click on that, it will take you to a page that allows you to turn on the allow gifts on this channel setting. Make sure that slider's moved to the right. As you can see, we have a very generous community, and there's a fairly good chance that you might receive a gifted membership. Nurse for God has always been generous here. She definitely has. Michael, excellent. Thank you so much. Definitely give Nick a like and thank him for what he's doing. Nick is not driving. Hong's doing the driving.
Unit 3849, check MBC for a phone assignment.
3849.
Nurse for God this is what Nurse for God does, whether it's on our channel or Brandy's channel. I think she's got an interview coming up with Dr. G, who is a clinical psychologist and behavior analyst, and just an amazing individual as well, and a YouTuber. She has that coming up. I know it was scheduled for Friday. Dr. G was sick. I can't wait to hear that when it happens, when it gets rescheduled. And she's also, I think next week she's following the trial out of California, the sex therapist trial, which had like a week break because one of the lawyers got sick. Brandy Churchwell, great channel if you don't follow that one. If you like true crime, she does a great job there as well. Let's see. Nick is going to break in. No, he's going to be all right. Is the red the perimeter now? Yes, this is the last perimeter we have. I'm confused about the maps because I don't know. It was red and blue before. Emily, probably if you're on a computer, what I'll do, this pinned comment at the top of the screen that I've now put on the screen, I realize you have to click on it on the pinned comment, but the map link is what we're showing there on the right hand side of the page. You can pull that up. This is an interactive Google map that's being maintained by Andrew and Sean, two brothers that are just putting in long hours documenting this stuff and helping us visualize the occurrences with what's going on here. You can jump in there. You can turn on different settings and walk through it and see the perimeters, how they've changed over the period of searching. That's probably going to be the best way to do that. Okay. Nurse for God, I support RA and Brandy, and you do a great job. Thank you so much. It is so good to have you here. Brandy, in case you don't know, I'm not sure if somebody said that. If one of us can type exclamation point Brandy, just one, it'll put a link to her channel if you're curious. They also have, you've got JT over there as well. They do regular podcasts, true crime podcasts, older court case. They revisit older stuff, like they went through the Jodi Arias trial and did a great job. They did an incredible job with Lori Vallow, which was audio only. That's a very difficult thing to do. And Brandy's amazing. I like to think that I convinced her to join YouTube as well. I knew it was going to happen. I just happened to be the person that invited her on, and she said, "Hey, I think I want to do this," and she does great. Nick found the cops. Let's listen and see where he's at here.
So I'm assuming it's not that far fetched that
So he's near the perimeter.
You guys want us to do we go to Baltimore Pike? or do we hit? Because some of you are saying that Bever's Reed, but that's closed, and there's activity, but
It's
we
inside
won't
the
be able
perimeter.
to really see it, as we'd be rather far away.
So he's going over where those calls were about the break-ins, those 2 calls that came in at the same time, and it is within the perimeter, so he won't be able to see what's happening there, even though he could get close to it and just not be able to see the actual action. Samantha, thank you for listing the map link one more time. Carol Cleary says, I drive those roads at night. No need to stop. LMR Guitar says, you have 2 monitors. What's on your laptop? I'll show you a little bit. I've got an iPad. So I'm running my radar right here for flight radar on my iPad. This is just a Stream Deck that helps me switch the screens around. This is my replay. I've got a Blackmagic Design replay device and a recorder. Laptop monitors my YouTube feed, as well as getting the audio from Police Scanner here. Over here on this computer, I'm just using this for chat, interaction with chat. I'm putting the chat up on the screen like yours. And audio board here, switcher here, camera, another switcher down there. We've got an Apple TV that's bringing a feed, and off camera another iPad. So that's how it's set up right now. And I think I've got 47 cables, adapters, dongles, power cables that make this all happen. Let's see. A friend in Bel Air, Maryland, just told me that Dog the Bounty Hunter is there looking for the guy that killed Rachel Moran. We've heard that rumor, and he has shown up for searches before. It's possible. I did see him. I think he did a piece on the news. They interviewed him or something recently. So it wouldn't be out of the question. But at the same time, it's difficult to come in as an outsider unless he's familiar with the area, has connections. You're in private area. He can't just walk around and be like, I'm going to find the dude. He'll have to get permission and connections and work with the police. I'm not sure if he's going to be a huge asset in actually tracking him down or not. Let's see, Gorgeous Stack of Pancakes says, cover in mud. Can that hide you from the infrared? No. The mud's going to change color. If you've ever played with infrared camera or have the opportunity to, they're actually coming down in cost quite a bit. So you can, it's not unreasonable to find a device like this now at a hardware store, even though the resolution there is not the same as what you're going to get in some of this military grade stuff. But you can take your hand and put it on carpet and lift your hand up and see the difference immediately in the temperature change.
016 Paul 91.
You can see if a cat runs across the carpet, you can see its footprints from the heat change. They're very, very sensitive. And so if you cover yourself in mud, it might disguise you visually, but that mud is going to change temperature as it's in contact with your body, and that would still show up. And it only needs a difference of 0.1 degrees for the cameras to be able to recognize that something's different here, and it will show up in a different color on the screen. Nurse forgot. I don't think he got away.
Chester Avenue and Olive Street. Chester Avenue and Olive Street. They disturbance. A group of 5 and 6 juveniles were being loud and throwing trash in the middle of the roadway. Caller doesn't know which way they left. Can hear them but can't see them.
Throwing trash?
31 again.
Also. 12-10-3.
22.
Kids being kids. But trash, that's not cool. Somebody has to clean that up. I don't fault kids for making a little noise on the weekend, but I definitely did when I was a kid. But don't throw trash in the road. Ivan says, when I grow up, I want to be a recovery addict. Ivan, good to have you here, my friend. How's Wisconsin treating you tonight? All right. There was a good question from Hello Tommy. He says, birds in flight. Let me see if I can see that question. I missed it, I think. Could he have hopped a freight train out? That is a great question. Yes, I would say yes, he definitely could have. But we did see the police, even early on in the search, paying very close attention to the railroad tracks. There's their assets they had available that they said they were monitoring very closely. Those, that throughway, because it did just cut right through a lot of the search areas. over the past 10 days. And so they're confident that he hasn't. There have been times when they've been standing around checking a train, and the trains are working with them. The railroads are working with them. So great question there, and thanks for calling that out. Let's see. It is a tripping hazard. Barb, you know what I need? I need cable management in a major way. It looks really good from this angle, but from the other angle, it looks like a fire hazard. Lay, thank you for being here. That is awesome. I just appreciate that. Thank you very much. It's wonderful to have you. Dog isn't in good health. He isn't coming to search. You're talking about the bounty hunter. There was another dog that wasn't in good health. That's why I ask. I have more cable than the cable company. I have a lot of cables. I do. I like to think I have all the cables. What kind of animals live there? We have lions and bears. Julie, it wouldn't be common to see a bear here. That would probably be more densely forested areas. I mean, there are a lot of trees here, but areas with greater, forest regions. A bear can wander about 20 miles a day. That's about normal for a bear just to wander. They can really move. And yes, there are bears along the East Coast. If there are bears, it would be a black bear, which normally are not the kinds that attack. They're usually more scared of people than we are of them. As far as that would be probably the biggest threat. Possibly some cat species. I'm not sure if you're going to have mountain lion in there. Probably more bobcat, coyote. I don't know. Do you guys have badgers? Badgers are nasty. You don't want to tick one of those off. Foxes, you're going to have those. There are a couple creatures, raccoons, that you don't want to run into in a drain pipe. I mean, if this guy's crawling around under their roads, a raccoon in the corner is not something you want to deal with. Even a possum can tear you up if you make it mad. Any sightings today? Not that have been reported, but we're hopeful here. Brenda says, this is slow mode. It is. I'm sorry. There are quite a few people here. It's just me and 4,400 of my closest friends. So I realize there's a lot of people that want to talk, and I'm trying to get to all that I can. Do you have a dedicated circuit for all that electrical? I have 3 circuits I draw power from, including my LED lights don't draw as much power as you might think. So that's not very bad. Wow. I hope the bear will catch the killer and leave his body to the police. Brian Landry, I mean, that's all I can say. Well, he had an alligator? There was some signs of wildlife contaminating the crime scene, let's put it that way. Okay. Let's see. I don't see. Is JLR back up? I don't see him back yet. Don't know what's happened there. Has anyone heard from JLR? I know he did like a marathon, 10 hours already. I'm surprised he hasn't just passed out from exhaustion with the heat and everything else. The scanner links are working. Are they not opening? If they're not opening, if you look at the scanner link, just go to openmegahertz.com and search that, and then go through the Listen Now button, click on Pennsylvania, then click on the Chester, and then you might have to add the filters just for let's see, I listen to Western or West Police Group, Central Police Group. You have to add the filters back in, or else you'll hear everything. You'll hear basically the entire county's communications, including the stuff that happens over on the eastern side that's out of the range, that really isn't connected with this at all. You'll hear the fire department, which is getting a ton of calls with downed trees right now, and power line outages, things like that. So you'll have to tune those out. Also, just sometimes closing your browser and then reopening the scanner link will work as well. Does all that equipment make the room very hot? It's not very bad. If actually the biggest heater in this room is my laptop, and if I'm running, if I'm encoding video on the laptop, like if I'm running StreamYard, it gets hot and the video starts lagging a little bit. But I run all my video through the switcher, which is fantastic. I mean, if you need help setting up a YouTube video or YouTube station, I'm a huge fan of hardware instead of software. I realize software is easy because you just load it on your computer and it works. But hardware just can't be beat in some cases. JLR did 18 hours. I know he was planning on 18 hours, which is nuts. That is so long. Andrew Averill, I believe, Andrew, this is the Andrew, I think, that is maintaining the map. Is that correct, Andrew? I think Andrew and Sean are our map makers that we have on the screen on the right-hand side. I probably need to update that as well in case we've got the latest little hits on here. Just one second. Looks like that now we have the latest here. I didn't watch to see if something changed. But Andrew, I think that's you. Let me know if that's correct. Yes, happy to be here. No real map update. It's been very slow today. Andrew, thank you. I can't thank you enough as well. You and Sean, it might be a simple thing for you, but being able to take all the data points, all the sounds we're hearing, and visualize those on a map for people is awesome.
Okay.
Let's see what Nick's doing here.
Baltimore Pike.
He's muted us again. He's probably plugged back into the charger. Nick's driving is making me car sick. I'm sorry. I can move him to another window, but we want to see what happens. Still watching the radar, and as you can expect with the storm, not much is happening, although a few planes are moving in the area now. Let's see this one here. Ooh. Doesn't have it does have a tail number, N710MA, private owner. It's a little outside the area. We'll see if that comes in closer. This is an airline for, looks like American Airlines, right here just over the border into Delaware. Not seeing any of the news choppers up tonight. They probably are grounded with the bad weather as well. Okay, we'll zoom back in here. All right, but at least some planes are in the area. We might have some activity later tonight. Okay, Nick is passenger. He mutes when on the phone, and he's doing that out of a courtesy for the residents. A lot of times there's information that's shared, and sometimes personal information, including phone numbers. He's being very cautious, and he's doing that appropriately. And doing so has really helped him earn the trust of locals, knowing that they can talk to him and not worry that they're saying
0143-1017.
Giving information out. This is the link to Andrew's map. That's the one on the bottom right-hand corner screen. It's interactive. You can turn on and off different features and go back and look through time at what's happened. It's really helpful if you're not familiar with the area. Cheryl G, welcome. Thank you very much. It's good to have you here in the gallery.
Southside, Pia Ridge, Tango, Hotel, Echo, Delta, Oscar, Golf, Echo, THEEOGE, on a Black Ford, Echo 110. 10-4.
The dog. Is that? I'm going to go back and listen to that. Listen to that license plate that was just called in. I'm pretty sure it's the dog. Is the license plate? Let's scroll over here, right here.
10-3. 300 Southside, Pia Ridge, Tango, Hotel, Echo, Delta, Oscar, Golf, Echo, THEEOGE, on a Black Ford, Echo 110.
So the Doge, D-O-G-E, like Dogecoin.
Okay.
That's pretty cool. That's sort of funny. Dogecoin is a cryptocurrency, or the doggy. I'm not sure if it's the doggy. Dogecoin is a cryptocurrency. It's I guess it's a micro cryptocurrency. It's worth very, very little per coin if you're into that. But it has a huge fan base that are convinced that one day it will take over the world. Cheryl G, welcome very much. Speaking of dogs, I appreciate the profile pic. That's a cute one right there. Is that a German Shepherd? I can't tell. It might be a mix. Do you think?
I'm 19. I need a second.
419 a second.
Jonathan says, do you think less sightings is because they have him trapped now? He might be hunkered down. I think that's why that we have less sightings. I think if he's on the move, we're going to have sightings. And usually, those have been coming at night. So we'll see what happens here tonight. He might be on the move with the storm. He might think he has extra cover. Let's see. I do use Flight Radar. I do pay for the silver level. So if you download the app, you won't see exactly what I have here. It's a little bit different. So it does cost a little bit. I think it's like $29 a year. The gold is like $35, and then you get weather and a couple other useful features that are mostly used by pilots, honestly. Where's he getting nourishment for 10 days? We know he's broken into houses and stolen stuff. He's got food. He raided somebody's fridge, took some peaches, some apples, some snap peas. He knows, he gets the good stuff. He's also, if he is raiding the Longwood Gardens, they have beautiful show gardens there, like vegetable gardens, that they can have, his pick of just the most amazing fresh goodies. Can you play the police recording? Which one? The Carrie, I'm sorry. I realized you've got to. I ask you a question, and we've got slow mode on, which makes it almost impossible to answer. So I honestly, even though I said which one, I probably won't be able to see her reply. So if someone sees a reply from her, from Carrie, let me know. I'll try to replay that. Belinda, thank you very much. You say I'm sorry so many times a day, but you're rocking all this. Thank you, really do. I'm not an expert. I make a million mistakes, and I will apologize and own up to it if I do. I reserve the right to be wrong in the future, because I've been wrong many times so far. Meg says, born and raised in Westchester. Do you know if they have any snipers in the birdhouse inside Longwood Gardens? That information they have not given out. I would be surprised if they do, as far as snipers go. But if they have a vantage point, I'm not familiar with a birdhouse, but if they have a high vantage point in the gardens, it would not surprise me if they've used that for observation. Like if they've set up even a remotely controlled camera that they can watch around the area for. JLR is back on. Let me take a quick peek here. There he is. Let's put him down in this window behind me. You don't need to see my desk. That's not nearly as exciting. Box 3 is going to be source 2. There he is. Okay, so it looks like JLR is back in the same position, judging from the camera. Let me just show you on the map here on the top right-hand corner. He's going to be down here right by the gardens. Sorry, I just got lost. He's going to be down, I think, in this intersection. So if we zoom out, the gardens are going to be north and east of his position. And I think he's on that side street on Longwood Drive facing the gardens. So that's, I believe, his location. So we'll keep an eye on that. That is part of the perimeter that he's watching, those lights. You can see that just, cop car after cop car with their lights on, the spotlights and everything. Just trying to keep an eye on everything that's happening. He eats bugs. There's some nutrition in there. Plenty of bugs in the forest, really, in the trees. But I don't think I could do it. Who is the driver? The driver is Hong for Nick. It's his buddy. They work together closely. He's done a great job for him. Not just driver. He's not just like his personal Uber, but he also does a lot of the communication with other people on the phone, working the chat groups, working responses, talking with neighbors. When Nick has to do something to communicate with someone, he takes over the filming. He's a really handy guy to have around, and I think he's a good, nice gentleman as well. Do you mean treehouse when you said birdhouse? I don't know what it's called there in the gardens. I have not been there yet. It's still on my bucket list. It's on my bucket list since I heard about this, but. If the gardens has a point, an elevated, a high elevated point in the gardens that could be used for observation, I'm pretty sure the police would probably use it. P. Harris, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. Good to have you here.
043. 10-3.
Terry Damon, thanks for the kind words. What is your theory on how he's evading heat detection? Amos, my theory on that is that...
Verbal warning to the younger attached operator.
My theory on that is that he's staying underneath tree canopy as much as possible. That the helicopters that are flying overhead, when they're flying, he doesn't move. Now, that's going to be harder now that they've brought drones in, which are flying higher, which are harder to hear, they're harder to see during the daytime. But some of the drones are way up there, and those might help catch him at times when the helicopters are not around. But I think as long as he can stay under a tree canopy and move that way, the thermal has very little chance of picking him up, especially from that altitude. The closer the camera is, the higher the resolution. meaning that the more detail you can see in temperature changes. So if you're flying at 1,500 feet and you're looking down with your thermal camera, a person from the top down might look like an oval with, a little bit, the center is a little bit, hotter or whiter if you're doing a white hot image because the head gives off a lot of heat, more than your shoulders. So you might have two little areas of heat with arms. You've got to look from the top what it looks like. If you have anything covering that up, so I mean even an umbrella, even an umbrella over you would block the thermal from seeing that heat pattern. And it just wouldn't be able to be picked up. The farther down to the ground you are, the more resolution you have, even at the point where if you were, if I was sitting across the room from you and pointed a thermal camera at you, I could detect the temperature change between your eyelid and your eyeball. Your hand, my hands right here, and the arm with a sleeve over it with a temperature change there, that would all be detected. Whereas from a distance, you just have a blob. So the lower they go, the more resolution, and the higher, the harder it is to make out. Susan, thank you very much for the kind words. Can you move you over to the right so we can see JR's live feed? I can do that.
1844, copy your acknowledgement, 909 Culp Road, 909 Culp, ambulance gone out for a fault.
I have to switch over to another view, just 1 second. It's easier to do it this way. Let's see, let's do upstream keyer, number 1. And we'll run to B. Oh, that's the wrong one. We'll run back to A, and I'll move manually.
10-3.
Is that good? We'll set that as B. Now I can run back and forth as needed.
Advise West End, vehicles released.
10-4.
Thanks for the question, Tommy. I appreciate that. And big shout out for JLR for his also willingness to share his video. He didn't have to do that. And it's kind of him as he's trying to just get the message out as well. And so do definitely go over there and give him props for that as well. I missed your super chat, Regina. Oh, no. I'm sorry. What was that? I try not to do those. Regina, there it is. My husband's going to divorce me if they don't find this guy soon. Oh, Regina, please say it isn't so. Make sure you take time for you. Make sure you take time for you, Regina. Thank you very much for your generous chat. Scanner is still on. It's just a little quiet right now. We're still monitoring that closely. Let me see if I can move this map a little bit so I'm not covering it as badly. There we go. Okay. Fly Girl 928. I'm not sure. They haven't released a count. We've had a couple possible break-ins. Like we just had, probably less than an hour ago, we had a call on the scanner that said we have a home with the door open. The caller, the caller said there was a door open that shouldn't be open. He heard rattling at another door. We don't know if that was him or not. I'm not sure if we'll ever get confirmation. I think we know of at least 2 that have been broken into. But they were early on in the hunt. Let's see. I think you meant birdhouse, not treehouse. Food is small enough to go into birdhouse. Is there like a human-sized treehouse
in the
at the
area,
gardens?
505 Beaumont Circle, 505 Beaumont for suspicious condition.
Here we go.
Unknown number of juveniles.
Oh, nope.
Being dogs in the neighborhood. I did not see the subjects, only heard them talking. Unknown how many. Subjects were all male, though.
Okay, let me just summarize that call. A neighbor heard a bunch of boys talking and called the police. I'm just telling you, that would not be suspicious as far as this incident. A lot of people talking is not going to be our guy. Do you think the noise from the storm will help him out without being hurt as much and maybe less leaves, etc., won't be crunchy? Thank you. Nicole, that could help. Wet grass and wet sticks are quieter than dry sticks if you're stepping on them. So that's a possibility. But at the same time, if he's going up and down hills, it's going to be slippier. It's slippery. It's going to be muddy. It's a trade-off. It really is. Amanda says, how in the world are residents even sleeping? Not only fear, but the doggone lights. Amanda, I think, I'm not sure, we could probably poll some residents, and some would say, you know, I'm confident that the police are doing it. I think they've got him caught. I'm comfortable with what's going on. I'm aware now. You know, my neighbors and I, we're looking out for each other, and that probably is a sense of comfort. Also, the fact that he doesn't, even though he's a murderer, like a double murderer, right? He's killed two people. He doesn't seem to be a direct danger in that way, even though, you know, not on a large scale. So I think there are a couple things that, you know, people can still sleep, but still they would love to go back to normal.
1, Paul 55.
Thank you, Jen. Appreciate that. Hopefully we can get some good information out tonight. Do they still have teams in the garden actively looking for him? They do have individuals down there as well.
Yes, we don't. Arbor Terrace, 100 Oaklands Boulevard, room 323. For a stroke, 93-year-old male.
Oh, man.
Copy.
They haven't given us the details of what's going on the inside. Typically, those tactical maneuvers are kept silent or kept quiet. So unless we can observe them from outside, we don't hear about them. Where is he now? Missed this. We think he's within that red map, which sort of surrounds, in the center of that red map, right in the bottom, that's the Longwood Gardens, and they think he's within that area. Do they use wildlife cameras? Yes, they do. We've heard they put up 30 one night and at least another 30 the next. There might be more. Some of those have cellular capability, meaning as soon as the camera detects an image, it immediately will transmit it back to the base. And so they'll know immediately. So even if he sees the camera and smashes it, the picture's already been transmitted and they already know where he is. Let's see. Just join the chat. What is the activity behind you? This is an old comment. JLR is on the bottom. Nick the Hat is on the top. Both of them are now YouTubers. Nick the Hat was just on Twitter before, but they're both on YouTube now, and they're both on scene. At different places. At the bottom on the left, Nick is by I think it's by Conservatory Road and Longwood Gardens, by the perimeter down there. He's monitoring there, so we see the police cars headed down the street, spaced out like they are, all the way around the perimeter. So we're watching that. On top, we have Nick the Hat, who is a passenger seat. Hong is driving him around to different areas as they're responding to calls, just to see what they can see in other areas, instead of just sitting where the press is located right now. Types of snakes, I think they have, I will say that they have some venomous snakes, not poisonous. They have some venomous snakes, probably a eastern diamondback rattlesnake, maybe. Water moccasin would definitely be one, or cottonmouth. There are a couple snakes that will, make you have a really miserable weekend. They do have tree houses in the gardens. The birdhouse is one of the tree houses. Anyone have Nick's YouTube? Maria, yes, we do. And we highly recommend you go over there and give him a follow and a like. It's up, if you just type Nick the Hat with dashes between NIK-THE-HAT. That's the name of his channel. If you put an @ symbol before it, that would be his handle on YouTube, Nick the Hat. This is his first day on YouTube, and he has almost 6,000 followers, which is just wonderful. It's amazing. And yes, both of those are live. The gardens are absolutely stunning. They look incredible. Even just from satellite, they look amazing. He's got 6,000 subs already. Nick is putting in the work for that. This is the awesomest thing for him. That's awesome. Let's see. Angela K's Farm says, new sub, I have a question. If this guy escaped before and it's known to be wanted in Brazil, then why didn't they take extra precautions? It gets worse than that, Angela. It gets worse than that. This guy was held in a prison that not 2 months prior, another inmate had escaped in the same way, in the same place, out the same hole. It's awful. It's bad. The prison warden there was brand new. The old one had either retired or got fired, one of the two. And the new warden had been on the job for 18 hours when this happened. So rough first day on the job for him. Oh, man. But yeah, it's frustrating. You know, mistakes were made. They're trying to fix it now. The prison has been talking about actually putting a cover over the entire yard. And if we can look at the yard, let me zoom in over here and show you. So just for perspective on the map up here in the top corner, I'm actually going to zoom in for just a minute. Here we are at the gardens. If we zoom out and go up Lenape Road right here, Lenape Road leads us almost straight to the prison, which he escaped from. And this, in the back, there's this yard, these two square things with little triangles. That triangle is the yard, and he escaped from the left-hand side with this little nub that goes into the yard. That's a little brick outcropping, and he escaped between that and the wall, climbed up, got to the edge, ran, climbed the fence, got out. But I forgot why I was telling you that, so I'll just go back and we'll show what's happening. It was a squirrel moment. Anyway, that was a fun little trip. Still no planes in the air.
You know, well, on 1230 status.
1230 status.
Nope. Nobody even coming in close. So.
All on 1230, okay?
Let's see. Let's zoom in about right here. That'll cover the search area pretty well. Okay. What is the scanner link? Scanner link is right here. It's the pinned comment at the top. It goes. It's a Bitly link. Let's see what Nick's saying here.
Update before I say anything.
He's on Hannum Drive. That's all I saw. It goes to a website called OpenMHZ, which stands for megahertz. So it's a radio frequency channel.
1251 your status?
And it listens and records all the transmissions on the church radio system.
Copy.
Samantha Terry, we do have a new breakout hoodie in our merch line, which is perfect for Halloween. It's an orange hoodie that on the front, it's available in gray, white, black, and two colors of gray, white, black, and in prison jumpsuit orange. On the front it says, "This is my prison escape hoodie." On the back it has our channel name with the membership courthouse colors across the back. It's really cool. If you do want to support the channel that way, that would be a great way to do it. Colleen, thank you very much. I appreciate your kind words. Have they ever flown at night looking for him? Yes, Sally, and oftentimes they'll fly the plane at night instead of the helicopter. We'll typically see, especially early in the morning, it will be a plane up there that's doing the monitoring instead of anything else. Weather Watch is here. Weather Watch is my podcast partner. We did a podcast last night. We do a podcast every Friday night. Pretty much. We've done what? For the last 28 weeks. I think we had 2 breaks in there somewhere. But Weather Watch, thank you very much. Appreciate the super chat. He is the best podcast partner. I need to have a fishing report from you today to figure out how the bass fishing went. I didn't see any pictures of you carrying a trophy, so I'm thinking it might not have been as good as you may have liked. Tag, hello. The dude wasn't a murderer. If the dude wasn't a murderer, I'd recruit him into the Army. It's not like, those teenagers that hack into the FBI and then as soon as they go to prison, the FBI, comes and visits them and says, "Hey, we've got a deal for you. If you'll tell us how you did it, we're gonna get you out a little early." It's not like that. This guy has no future that way. Can you wear it to jury duty? Of course you can, Tom. It's jury approved.
15121. I'll be clear.
Copy.
Let's see. We do see cops on JLR's feed. Let me take that full screen just for a minute and show you what we've got down there.
He's dashed. I will send you a message.
They're doing a good job lighting it up, and they've done this several nights before, just lighting up the area and searching. That's way down there. All right. 3D Slug, thanks for the compliment. I appreciate that. Let me know if we can do anything better for you, and we'll try to do that. Stephen H. says, hopefully they find him before Halloween. Everyone will be dressed up so he could get away with it then. Yeah, if you're 5 foot tall, the Halloween costume of choice, only if they catch him. If they catch him, is going to be, a white tank top and a hoodie with a towel tied around your waist. I think that's going to be the thing. What other topics do you cover, go live for? What do you cover on your podcast? Lacey, our podcast, we call it the Not Relevant Podcast, and we named it after a little soundbite, which I'll play for you. It's actually from Judge Manning, and it sounds like this.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
We named it that because it was different from what I do every day, which is covering true crime in various, everything from police chases and to court filings and legal proceedings, trials, a lot of trials. So the podcast is a break from that. It's just it's a fun time. I'm going to take these guys off just for a minute because we're not playing their audio. So let's switch. I'm going to just kill box 2 for just a second. We'll put it as a clear one.
Shots fired.
Whoa.
The distance of 851 Shenton, coming from, he believes, Shenandoah area. You hear about 15 shots.
10-4.
Okay, map this. Map this. We're going to re-listen. This is a call. This is a call from the public coming to the police saying shots are fired. 15 shots in that area. It could be fireworks, could be something else, but that it was called into dispatch as shots fired. And so we're gonna wait. We're gonna go back and listen first of all on the scanner so we can get a solid location. And maybe Andrew and Sean, if you could map this for us on the map, if this is.
Shots fired. Off the distance of 851 Shenton, coming from, he believes, Shenandoah area. You hear about 15 shots.
851 Shenton? Any locals that could confirm the spelling of that address? Let me skip down to the bottom. $15 is what we heard. It said 851. I think the address was Shenton or Shetton. From the Shenandoah area. We'll need some locals to help us with the map on this one. From Shenandoah. It said 851 Shenton or Shenton, something like that. That was the road name. But then that's where he was at. That's where the caller's at. And then he says it's coming from the Shenandoah area. Let's see if Nick has this on.
We haven't had eyes on him for at least 27 hours.
Well, that was it, too. It was like 6 hours after.
No, they're not having any. Let's see what the...
Get the security alarm going and things like that. Make sure the dogs are extra hungry.
Yeah, JLR's talking to locals who are talking about what they can do to help catch this guy. So I don't think either of them heard the shots. I'm not even sure if this is inside the search area. 851 Shenton Lane. Fireworks at the festival, possibly. I mean, this could be anything. An explosion is, to a lot of people, especially when they're on edge, sounds like a gunshot. It is a lot. 15 is, for those that are familiar, 15 is typically the high end of how many rounds a high-capacity pistol may carry. 15 would be a high-capacity clip with, possibly one in the chamber. It's in Westchester. Yeah, it came in on the Westchester call. Sandra, I'm going to play this call again. I want you guys to hear it. Actually, I'm going to star this on the directory here.
1243. Shots fired. Off the distance of 851 Shenton, coming from, he believes, Shenandoah area. You hear about 15 shots.
10-4.
Copy.
So we've got 2 officers that are responding to that shots fired. They didn't say anything about notifying dispatch or notifying the command center or something like that. Because if the command center had fired the shots, it would be on the air immediately. As soon as if they had shot him within seconds, the officers on the scene would say shots fired. So it sounds like it's coming from somebody else. Someone else is doing the shooting. It's nowhere near, says P-Trek Fox Breaks. Never heard of it. Someone's fireworks just got the attention of thousands of people. Yeah, we're waiting. We'll wait for the officers to give us a little more information. But it's interesting that that's happening anywhere near this. You shouldn't be shooting in the dark like this. It's mostly, I think it's illegal pretty much in every state to shoot after dark like this, unless it's I don't know. I shouldn't say illegal, but 15 shots sounds like you're not doing anything legal with it. 15. Shenandoah is pretty far from the search area, not connected at all. Okay. Where's Nick going? Let's listen in for a second.
Over to see if anything comes up of it, just to be safe. Yeah, that's far out. And it's in the middle of a university. I mean, I highly doubt not in the middle, but it's near a university. He's not going to head. Hold on, I'll be on place. But I'm not going to say where he's going to head because you don't know. None of us know. The guy could be anywhere. They haven't seen him in over 24 hours, so, and I don't think he knows the area that great. Yeah, exactly. It's more likely that he's still at Longwood or out in this general region, which yesterday there was a 911 call, and then 2 days ago there was I don't know what brought law enforcement here on Fairville Road, but the command center dispatched out to send local police as well for directions because they couldn't figure out how to get to that spot.
Okay, so he's driving to Rosewood, it looks like. Thank you, Michael, for this. 851 Shenton Road is about 8 or 9 miles northeast of Longwood Gardens. So not connected. That just doesn't seem reasonable. So, but thank you for clearing that up. It's good to get that out of the way. Okay. Montessori Mindset says just joined. When was the last sighting of him? I think officially it was yesterday.
North Chester Road, north of Westchester Pike. North Chester Road, north of Westchester Pike for property damage accident. 2 vehicles blocking. Lincoln Corsair and a blue sedan. And now verbal altercation between the caller and the other vehicle operator.
Okay, so that's a traffic accident. When they say 2 vehicles blocking, that means that it's blocking access to the road. The cars cannot get through. It's blocking the road. And afterwards, the drivers are in a verbal altercation as well. Pippi, the call we've confirmed was about 8 or 9 miles away from the search area, so we don't think it's related at all. It just came in on the scanner we were monitoring. Indy, yes, that's what it said, but it's not related. Shooting in the dark is illegal, especially in PA. I shoot under night vision all the time, and 15 shots I've done more than that is legal. Sorry, not illegal. Granted, most people in the area know what's going on. Probably for depredation type stuff. I don't think you can hunt deer, and so unless the species is any weapon, any day type thing, like jackrabbits in the West Desert. Let's see. Tequila and guns equal 15 shots in the dark. Okay. On the scanner, which one do you listen to? Lay, I can show you. It's a little hard to show because it's fine print. But if you click this scanner link, if you click this scanner link right here, on the pinned comment, that should pull up the list of what we follow. But just to tell you, if you want to see, I don't think I can show you. I'll try here. The talk groups I'm following when I click filter are right here. Let's go full screen so you can see this. 3 right here. They're right here. So we've got Westchester PD Dispatch, Westchester PD, all their channels, which is like car to car. West Police Dispatch, Central Police Dispatch, Central Police Group, West Police Group, and then I have 2 patch groups that they've been using previously, 65151 and 65149. But those have been the channels that mostly we've heard things on that are pertinent to this.
Unit 52, call 61.
Cyberwriter, we came on tonight just because previously around this time there's been activity, and we anticipated there would be activity tonight. What we didn't anticipate would there be a storm that has sort of quieted everything, both in the airspace above the search area.
Applegate Drive, 147 Applegate for an activated alarm. The Farulo residence. It's an audible bird. Sunroom window.
Okay. Activated alarm, audible burglary, meaning the alarm is going off. You can hear it. There are also silent alarms you can't hear, but
6-7-1231.
A residence with a loud alarm is going off right now.
Started for 1.
Copy, for 1.
Let's see. See, that's not JLR. No, we've got JLR as well. He's talking to a resident right now, and it would just to be a little too confusing to talk to hear that audio on the police scanner at the same time. Nick's account is Nick, N-I-K.
That's all we use.
So it's Nick the Hat.
Unit 6-7-1231. Do you have a preference?
Thornton's Place.
That's all we use.
Not sure why it's replaying like that. Miss says, Recovery Addict, do you think that they might not be flying tonight as a way to make him feel like he can move? No, I don't think so. I don't think they're playing mind games with him. I think they're basically saying, no quarters given. We're pushing and pushing and pushing. I think they're not flying right now because they don't have a situation where they believe that aerial view would help in what they're doing. So if they get a rumor, if they have an area, if a dog hits on something, they think they see footprints, a lead, I think you'll see a helicopter take off and come to the area as long as the weather is clear enough for it. And Meg says Nick just passed a really good restaurant. Stop in for bread pudding. Sounds good. Anna says, possums are good for the environment. Raccoons are what I have a beef with. Raccoons are non-native species.
Unit 6-7-1231. Okay, on Thornton's. Travel time.
Copy, thank you.
Samantha, good night. Thank you so much. One of our incredible mods. We'll see you 9 a.m. Monday morning. Have a fantastic weekend. Enjoy your day off. Love you. You're incredible. Thank you. You and all of our mods. Deneen Skyroni. Explain. I just came on.
Unit 1101.
I'm assuming you know that we're on the manhunt. We're on day 10 of the manhunt for the scumbag is what we're searching for. A 5-foot-tall scumbag weighs 120 pounds, escaped out of prison a week ago Thursday. It's been 10 days.
When somebody is available, I have a missing person from Cornerstone Terrace Apartments, 1224 Cornerstone Boulevard, apartment 127. Cornerstone left.
Okay, as that call cut off. Anyway, we're still watching. What we're doing is we're following some people on the ground. We have a couple of YouTubers who are on the ground who are giving us a live feed. That black window up in the top, you see, that's actually the view from Nick.
946, satisfying stop, 948 background.
That's from Nick the Hat. JLR Investigates right here is doing an interview with a resident. But we've got their feeds. Those are both live. The picture on the left that your comment is over, Deneen, is some of the new equipment that's been brought in. This is a telescoping FLIR camera, which is able to elevate up into the air, probably about 40 feet, and then scan all over the place. Oh, look who's walking on the train tracks.
With a bounty hunter, I'm sure you all know, who might be coming out to the area if they don't catch him in the next few days to join the search.
I'm not sure what Nick's doing there, but he's headed down the railroad tracks. Stay safe, Nick, please. Anyway, we're watching them live with the video. Let me bring JLR back in the corner here. So those are their feeds live. That's what's happening on the perimeter. Nick's on the railroad tracks. Not sure what led him to that location or why he's going there. We're listening to live audio from the police right now, which is what mainly we're providing here on this channel as we listen to the police calls. That will tell us if residents in the area have a suspicious circumstance, which is where most of the sightings that have come in have been reported. So we're listening for those suspicious circumstance calls, and hopefully we'll hear that, and that might lead them to this guy here tonight. Nick is either going to find this guy or get himself shot, says Esther. I think he's being okay. They've got lights. I think they'll be all right. And he's outside. He's not inside the search area. He's just showing what it's like in the area. He's been really good about that. Why wouldn't they shut their lights off so they don't tip him off? They want to keep him pinned down. They would love to keep him isolated. They'd love to keep him away from his food source. Get him hungry, make him so he has to move when it's not on his schedule. Walking on railroad tracks is called trespassing, says Electric Dog. I don't know. I'm going to assume that Nick has contacted the railroad company and has got written permission for what he's doing. Lisa Rose, 3:00 in the morning here in the UK. Thanks for covering this. Thanks for being here all the way in the UK. What part of the UK? I spent some time over in London and north of London, East Anglia area. We've heard some good things about the Mushroom Festival. Good music, good fun, very, very peaceful atmosphere. Hopefully it was the economic boon that they anticipated it was to the area, and this didn't cause any problems there. Let's see. Nick makes me nervous. He's fearless. He's a go-getter. He really is. He's he's respectful of the police and what they tell him to do, but when he's given the opportunity to do something, he'll take it. And
on call 30, I see the missing juvenile.
He's
Nathan
cautious.
Jackson, date of birth provided. 15-year-old white male, about 6 foot, average build, 5'6". Average build, shaggy red hair, hazel eyes, light pink sweater, black T-shirt, and black sweatpants. Apparently, they said he was reported to be walking around looking for jobs. He was unsure where he was planning to apply. Possibly going to the Whiteman Shopping Center off Quarry Road, now saying last known contact was around 1930 hours at the Downingtown Smoke Shop.
It's a very long call. Teen looking for a job, and they're missing. So hope they find him.
1250 Hamilton Drive, 1250 Hamilton Drive from noise complaint. We have an out party. Caller thinks there's underage drinking going on there.
Uh-oh. Quick, guys, it's the cops. Run. Just kidding. The shots fired were not related. Not related. They were 8 or 9 miles away. I mean, it was shots fired as far as we can tell. That's how it was reported to the police, but it was well outside the search area. Lee says, you're now nocturnal over there in the UK. You're now awake during the night and sleeping during the day. I don't know Nick's carry status, and that's not something I'd ask him. Boo Bear, thanks for the kind words. Thanks for being here as well. We're expecting some helicopters or something.
67, your status.
As the storm moves out, we'd expect to have a little bit of air coverage just to provide something here, but there's nothing in the area. We got Spirit Airlines. That's it.
Unit 26, 1235. Copy that.
Robin says, I believe I heard him say the other day he does not carry.
3010 Cardinal Lane for noise complaint. Loud music from a party.
Copy that. 1235, okay.
Let's see, we are... Hey, Ryan Apple Snapple, I see you there sneaking in. Welcome. Let's see. Andrew says a new alert just went out for police to assist by fire. Police assist by fire. Lenape and Street could be routine, but not sure why it would have come over the webcad dispatch if planned. So they've requested the fire department to assist. This Andrew, by the way, is the one who makes the map that we've been watching. It's not on the screen right now, but I'll bring it up. Let me see where we're at. We go the other way. There we go. Scroll through my virtual desktops. Andrew and Sean are the ones who are maintaining this map, saying there's a new call. Lenape and Street, which is in the area. Lenape is that road that goes up from near Longwood Gardens, on the right of Longwood Gardens, all the way up to by the prison. And Street is right in the middle, so it's right in the heart of that area. It puts us right there at this intersection. Lenape and Street.
Unit 1 Paul 30. From Anonymous Party. Loud party.
Lots of party calls tonight.
Unit 1 Paul 30. Unit 1 Paul 30.
So, Andrew, what talk group did that come in on? Was that on the fire talk group? I had that one blocked only because they play alert tones, which are deafening for me.
4391 GOA.
Let's see. And previously we talked about CERT. Are there any additional ones that came on Wednesday? The CERT team has been active at night mostly.
The last was received was advising that the complainant apparently is not home. Callers at work attempting to leave available by phone if needed will call back if they have anything additional. Said that the son, Nathan, is new to the area and is not known to frequent any particular places. His medical history is ADHD and behavioral deficiencies, so you're aware.
Okay, couple missing people calls. Those are normal. Those are not related to this. Those come in every night. Maybe he snuck back into prison. Would somebody go check his jail cell really quick and just make sure he's not back where he's supposed to be? Oh, that would be funny. But no, I don't think that's happened. Yes, this is mostly typical audio that we're hearing. Aside from, the storm came through and we had a lot of tree limbs down, some power outages from that. That's normal for a storm. But other than that, it seems to be a normal night as far as that goes. What is that on Nick's screen? Nick is on railroad tracks. Let me show you here.
Flying. So what's going on?
He can hear siren in the background.
Did you guys see that? So there's more sirens coming, and they're heading towards Fairville, where the police activity last was. It's an accident? Okay.
He goes back to the jail for lunch.
I have doubts that he's at Longwood Gardens, only because of his pattern. Like when he was spotted at Waterglen, he grabbed food, and then he hunkered down for some time, and then he was spotted at Longwood, where there was a food source, according to locals, like from the gardens or the outside of the gardens and the nearby farms. And now that the police cornered those gardens,
we're going to turn him down for a bit.
I'm a unit blocker west Lancaster Ave. I'll be heading back to his address. Starting mileage 21861.
Copy, 21861.
I apologize if anyone is disappointed I'm not airing the audio from Nick and from JLR. We're teaming up. They're allowing us to use their video. I don't want to take everything they're doing. First of all, there's a couple reasons why I'm not doing that. I don't want to take everything they're doing and have them not have the benefit of getting the views on their channel. Also, I think it's more beneficial to listen to the scanner here, where they don't have the scanner going, where we can provide just a different overview, a different picture, and a little bit more information. So we're focusing on the scanner traffic and the radar, and they're focusing with the experience on the ground. We're just sort of combining that way. So I would highly recommend if you're curious about what's going on, pop over to Nick's channel, give him a follow. I mean, if you want to watch on two screens, that's great, but pop over there and thank him. If you want to watch what KLR's doing, or JLR, sorry, and you want to hear, whatever's happening on that front, pop over there and thank him as well. But I just appreciate both of them. And we're gonna focus here mostly, unless something happens where they've got some breaking news we want to listen to. We're gonna focus on the police audio and the scanner traffic. Okay. Any chance you can make the banner of people's chat because it goes over your face when it pops up? Watching from Perth. Oh, I can move. Yeah. You want to see my face? Hold on a second. I can. Okay. Where do you want me to move it?
I should have you on the patrol check. Is that correct? Or should I clear it? And I have fire department being dispatched to 603 Abingdon Circle for a fire alarm.
Okay. Clear out the patrol check. Send down the fire alarm, please.
Unit 41, Paul 55.
Paul 6, copy.
Okay, we can move. Sorry, it takes a second to get there. Do you want the chat moved over here?
65.
Is that what you're asking?
41, Paul 55, ambulance being dispatched to Holcomb Health, 469 Creamery Ray, the residential center for an overdose, 56-year-old female.
Okay.
Copy.
Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate it. The reward is up to $20,000 for information leading to the arrest of this guy, possibly leading to his demise as well. I'm not sure how they're going to divide it up, but it's, I imagine when it actually goes down, there are probably going to be multiple people that are eligible to receive part of that and can file a claim for, a portion. Let's see, I heard on News Nation they're concentrating on an area above 1 square mile. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what I heard. Tower Hill Girl, yes, if we look at the map, sorry, let me bring back our scanner map because that's a little easier. They're focusing right in here. It's the same area they were searching before. They've branched out a little bit, but it's basically that same garden area, just, 1 square mile. It's tiny. But that's their area, and when you watch the planes when they do come in, I could go back and we could rewind a little bit, and I could show you previously in the day. Let's see. Let's go back to 10 o'clock this morning. And then we have a couple different planes that were up. This is an idea of where they were searching, right? And this is 20 times speed. We can crank it up to 300 times speed, but they just circled and circled and circled in this area just all day long. Not that fast, obviously. That would give you whiplash and make you very dizzy. But look at this guy going low and slow. So these are a couple different choppers. This was the news camera that was following around the outside, but that's just an idea of what was happening in the area that they were last really working in. Currently, no assets in the air that we can see on radar. So it's possible they could have drones up there. Some of the drones do not show up on the radar or show up intermittently, and we can only recognize them by the fact that the flight path they leave is very geometric. Lisa, thank you very much for the super chat, the super sticker. I appreciate that. Your very first super sticker here. That's wonderful. Okay. Any other questions? B. Miller, thanks for the kind words. I appreciate you being here. We are just trying to get the word out here, and it's a pleasure to work with these guys that are so generous in allowing us to use their feed.
490.
JLR's channel just named the caution cone Eileen. Okay, that is funny. Eileen, the caution cone, which really, if we're searching for this guy, we should look up and look under that cone and make sure he's not there. He's a small dude, so that is some funny stuff over there on JLR's channel. Okay. Lots of stuff on the feed. There's a lot. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of the action that we anticipated was going to happen tonight. Quite honestly, if I knew before I went live that this is what it would be, I would not have gone live. I would not have wasted your evening, and you guys all could have continued watching whatever it was you were watching, or spending time with your loved ones, or have an enjoyable evening. But yes, do look under the cone. How tall are you? I'm 6'2". 6'2".
On I it's going to be 103 North Wayne Street.
He wrote on the back of a Fox number 3 this morning.
5 is working.
Copy.
The okayest wife says, I'd be here watching and listening anyways. Thank you very much. Love that name. You guys have some very creative usernames.
41 arrival.
They make me laugh.
21863.
Copy 21863.
See, a True Virgo says, a Recovery Addict, I believe yesterday you mentioned the canine police dog was leaving the vet. What happened? This is only my second day of watching you. Great question, True Virgo. What happened was early on in this search, there was a dog that was working, and the weather was hot. I think we were plus 90 degrees with high humidity, and the dog in a vest with the
Unit 1844.
it's wearing gear, protective gear, and out working, trying to search and find, chase these tracks and the trails they're trying to locate. Out working, and it started exhibiting signs that it was suffering from the heat.
1844. Copy. Westbound 724 west of Peterman Road. Silver Hyundai sedan.
So the handler took the dog immediately. They took it to the vet, and it received treatment. They informed us the following day that the dog had been released from care, and it's back. Made a full recovery. So that was what happened. That was good news. But these dogs, they love to work. Their energy level's off the charts. But even so, you can't have them out there just all day and all night. Even with the police officer working an 8 to 10 hour shift, a normal shift, you can't have the dog searching for 8 to 10 hours. It's going to be half an hour at a time, and then a break, and or lots of breaks. It could even be less than that, because the energy they expend in that search, you just can't maintain that and keep the dog healthy and have it functional. Lisa Culver says, I'm invested in this. I'd find somewhere else to find it and watch it. If I wasn't here, you'd be somewhere else. Luckily, there are other places to watch, because we do have to go offline eventually. I would say JLR he was streaming. He's probably been on for over 12 hours now. Maybe a bit over 12. He's probably going to be on for 18 hours, and that is huge. I don't think unless you've done a live stream for that long, I don't think you understand just how draining that can be. Nick is on a little bit shorter, but he's still going to be up till about 3 o'clock in the morning, doing this, and then an hour drive back home, a couple hours of sleep, and then back at it again. I mean, it's a ton of work these guys are putting in, and so that's why we're shouting out their channels and saying, please give them a follow, give them a like. If you're in a position where you can, monetarily support them, whether it's Nick through his Cash App, which he has shared, I tweeted that out. If you guys want to take a look at that.
For suspicious conditions, it's going to be a third-party call.
Hang on.
We'll receive a call from a friend, but location saying someone's banging on the door, possibly attempting to enter.
Okay,
Caller is en route. He's going to arrive in a white Honda Civic. He takes about 2 minutes.
Okay. That doesn't fit within the modus operandi of our suspect banging on the door.
26035, your status?
Ooh, he's getting gas. They're filling up. Anyway, where was I? What was I talking about? The hours they put in is super long. Nick has said, I'm not doing this for money. I'm not taking money. I've been texting him and saying, look, man, I know, having been in your position, I know the costs you're incurring, and this, you can't do this for free. There are people who want to help you. Please allow them to help you. And today he said, okay, I've rethought it and I'll let you. And he gave out his Cash App. So if you go to my Twitter account, you can see that link.
Unit 26135.
That's probably the easiest way. Or you go to his Twitter account and you can see the link, because he posted that. That'd probably be the best route to get to it. Has anyone been checking mailboxes for him? He might be stuck in the mailbox, can't get out. Andrew says, thanks, mate. I hope I didn't offend you by asking you to move the banner. Thank you. No problem. I appreciate it. Sometimes I get so used to seeing it a certain way.
That address is going to be a Daniela Ferreira. Unknown weapons and intoxication. She's too scared to go to the window to see who's out there.
Okay.
Okay. The caller's really nervous. People are on edge there. There's somebody banging on the door. I would be nervous as well. Anyway, sometimes I just get so used to doing what I'm doing, I don't consider that I could make a slight change and make it better for everybody. So I appreciate the heads up. No offense whatsoever. I appreciate that. Expo, I wish we had more information tonight. We know we've got new equipment on the ground right here. We've got this telescoping FLIR cameras, which are awesome. I mean, as far as Christmas wish list, that's on mine. That would be so cool. A version of these are often found on like a satellite news truck. You'll have one of these on a command center truck for mobile command for law enforcement. But they've got that asset on the ground as well, and that's going to help with thermal imagery from just a different perspective. Jonathan says, police moved up on JLR stream. Apparently they're focusing on 1 square mile, and drone is up. The drones that are up, I think they're flying right now, are the smaller drones. By smaller, I mean, the size of a Volkswagen. I don't know, a small car. They're still fairly good sized drones. They're expensive, upwards of $100,000, and they're capable of carrying some serious weight and up for a good time. So if the police have moved up here, that puts us back to the Longwood Gardens, which is where Nick's at, right here by the corner. I believe he's still at that location, so we'll watch for that. The drones have been up quite a bit, all throughout this week.
023. 93, The attached is given a verbal warning. They are having an accused in here, and they were also advised of the noise ordinance.
Unit 3945.
Advised of the noise ordinance and verbal warning. Nobody got a ticket tonight, apparently. Marissa Hot Peppers, welcome to the gallery. Love the name as well, and love the puppy. Looks cute. Should hire these guys as your remote team and start a company. Kinchlin, I already have the company, but you're not far off from where we're trying to go. Let me show you something. Let me turn it on camera 4 so you can see this. This right here is a live view pack. This is a piece of hardware that basically is the same thing that's inside the CNN news trucks to transfer data out and about. It's you can feed in a signal from any camera, and it has four modems. We'll go back to the screen. You don't want to see this. It has 4 modems that have truly unlimited data bandwidth. So I pay $400 a month for the modems just for the data, and that's only upload. I can't download anything. But those 4 modems are agnostic. They can connect to AT&T, and then if T-Mobile has a better signal, they become T-Mobile modems, and I get data, and it combines all 4 data streams into one big fat pipe. And if need be, I'd like to meet up with somebody, because I can use this, but it has to be on site. But if somebody has the right hardware and if we have the right connection, we might be sending that out to people, or even getting a couple others. They run about $3,000 each and $400 a month. So they're a little spendy. It's something I've wanted for years and years and years, and finally was able to pull the trigger on it. But yeah, that enables us to go live. Even where Nick's signal is cutting out, you would still be able to push a 4K signal from anywhere. I mean, if you've got 1 bar, this thing can push a signal, because it can do the high density, the HVAC. Whoa, Nick just went black. Not sure why. You can do the high density compression, the H.265 instead of H.264. Oh, they just turned the lights off to show how dark it was. That was so dark. Okay. Where the heck is Nick going? Let's listen in for a minute and see what he's doing here.
No, I know. I'm just trying to
Unit
put it in some
151,
perspective as far as this guy able to pop out.
It's just showing how dark it is, and it is dark. Okay, we'll let him keep driving here as we monitor. Still no assets in the sky as far as manned planes, although we have that confirmation from JLR, and thanks for that information that they've got drones up near his area. Martha, you are not wrong. I have the best wife. I seriously, I'm married up. She is amazing. Mrs. R.A., who's also known as Homeschool Ground Zero on YouTube. That's her YouTube channel. Is incredible. And I love her to pieces.
26435, you can send that to us.
Lisa, the good news about the containment area is it has not changed really. It hasn't like shifted. Like, okay, he got out, we're moving over here. They're still in the same area they were before and think they still have him pinned down. But yes, I am the definition of a nerd. I'm like a chronic tech acquisition syndrome. Is what I have.
The transfer from Moscow. Caller believes the escapee was at his home. Hispanic male, 30s, 5'2", average build, green hoodie, gray pants. Time delay about 5 minutes.
We're going to go back and listen to this because that might be as suspicious. That might match. Okay, one more time.
Yeah, 26435, copy. The Bonnie Bray Trailer Parks, number 8 Bonnie Bray Road. For suspicious conditions. The transfer from Moscow. Caller believes the escapee was at his home. Hispanic male, 30s, 5'2", average build, green hoodie, gray pants. Time delay about 5 minutes. Correction, 15 minutes.
1017.
28. I'm almost pulling up. Can you ask the reporting person if they actually know that person, the convict?
Okay. I'll be at a high and gay.
Pull up the right copy.
Okay. So this sounds like a sighting.
Caller's no longer on the phone. Maybe I'll call him back.
493. 26. PA5.
Transfer.
Kilo Bravo Foxtrot 1921.
Transfer.
Okay, so let's see. Hold tight for just a minute. Sorry, my kids are telling me that they think there's a mouse in the house, which is not good news. That's the problem when you live in a house that was built in 1950 and you're constantly trying to keep nature out and kids in. Okay, let's see. The call that came in, we're going to listen to that one more time because I was sort of distracted by my kids.
Yeah, 26435, copy. The Bonnie Bray Trailer Parks, number 8 Bonnie Bray Road. For suspicious conditions.
Bonnie Bray?
The transfer from Moscow. Caller believes the escapee was at his home. Hispanic male, 30s, 5'2", average build, green hoodie, gray pants. Time delay about 5 minutes. Correction, 15 minutes.
15.
1017.
28.
Why would they wait 15
I'm almost pulling up. Can you ask the reporting person if they actually know that person, the convict?
Okay. I'll be at a high and gay.
Pull up the right copy.
Okay, Caller's no longer on the phone. Maybe I'll call him back.
493. 26. PA5.
We've got a patch.
Kilo Bravo Foxtrot 1921. Transfer.
That was from the patch.
492.
Hang on.
932. Unit 26428.
There you go.
Unit 26428. The caller does know the escape convict.
Unit 3844.
Whoa.
When you're available, 813 Wagontown Road, 813 Wagontown Road. The noise complaint of loud.
All right, copy. I'm making contact.
Looks like they're using night vision down there, checking things out.
3844.
Okay, so this would be a credible sighting.
The homeowner is not home. He's on his way to the Limerick P base. He's sold on video. He's not 100% sure, but he's pretty sure it was him. He does know the sister of the convict.
All right. Well, I'll check in the area. Yeah, Limerick's not going to help him. He's turn here.
Copy.
Okay, KD98. Where did I work before before my YouTube channel? I worked for the federal government, for the Department of Defense in a top secret position. It sounds much more exciting than it is, but yeah, that's what it was. I worked myself out of a job. We finished the contract successfully, which involved me no longer having work to do, and I went 7 months without work. Couldn't find what I wanted to do, and ended up live streaming on YouTube and fell in love with it, and that's how it began. So this call, did they say high and gay, or the road
Yeah, great.
streets?
How far can I it?
Okay, we're gonna listen to it one more time if you guys want to. Let's see. I was Jason Bourne in a previous life. Let's see what just happened. What we had. Let me tell you what I heard on the call, and then we're gonna listen to it one more time. Bonnie Bray Road. That's what I heard as well, Kim. Bonnie Bray. But high and gay are streets in the main center of Westchester. So I could have heard wrong, and we're going to listen to that again. But what we had was we have a caller who called in and said, 15 minutes ago, I think the escapee was at my house. And the police asked an interesting question. They called back and they said, can you ask him if he knows the escapee? Dispatch calls the guy back and he's like, yeah, I do. Now, why would the police know to ask that question? They've never asked that anywhere else on any other sighting we've heard.
The complaint's going to be making his way to your police department. I advise him to call when he gets there.
But the complainant says, yes, I know the sister of the escapee, and apparently it happened on camera. He says he can't be sure, but he thinks it's him. Man, Nick's either going to catch the dude. Oh, that's the wrong one. Nick's either going to catch the dude or something's going to eat him. This is worse than a haunted house, Nick. Don't do it. Okay, we're going to go back and listen to this call. Hang on, just 1 minute. Sorry, I'm falling behind in all the chats. Bonnie Bray Road, Spring City, PA. It's not far from where he lived in Phoenixville. Andrew, thank you. Andrew's going to map this, I imagine. That's probably something that's going to go on the map as a possible. If that's the case, I would say he's definitely escaped from the perimeter. Okay, we're going to go back. You ready? Okay, we're going to go back and listen to this one.
Yeah, 26035, copy. So Bonnie Bray Trailer Park, number 8 Bonnie Bray Road. For suspicious conditions. So transfer from Moscow. Caller believes the escapee was at his home. Hispanic male, 30s, 5'2", average build. Green hoodie, gray pants. Time delay about 5 minutes. Correction, 15 minutes.
1017.
28. I'm almost pulling up. Can you ask the reporting person if they actually know that person, the convict?
Okay. We have a high and gay.
Therefore. Pull up the right copy.
Okay, therefore.
Okay, high and gay is a different
Caller's
address.
no longer on the phone. Maybe I'll call him back.
Sorry, please.
The high and gay address was Westchester, not Central Place. This came through Central.
Therefore. Kilo Bravo Foxtrot 1921. Therefore.
Unit 26128.
Hey, guys.
Unit 26128. The caller does know the escape convict.
Unit 3844.
3844.
When you're available, 813 Wagontown Road, 813 Wagontown Road. The noise complaint of loud.
All right, copy. I'm making contact. See if we can get a video.
3844. In 26128. The caller is, the homeowner is not home. He's on his way to the Limerick P base. He's sold on video. He's not 100% sure, but he's pretty sure it was him. He does know the sister of the convict.
All right. Well, I'll check in the area.
Yeah, he did grow 2 inches.
Yeah, limeric's not going to help him.
Thank you, Andrew. It's on the map. I'm going to pull that up. We're going to take a look here.
Copy.
340. Yeah, great. Paul 4, catch it.
Unit 26-28.
Unit 26-35, yeah.
Just advise you. Just be advised, the complainant's going to be making his way to your police department. I advise him to call when he gets there.
Here's our last potential sighting.
Appreciate it.
Right here.
We're in the area looking. Make contact. Nothing seen.
Where's that at?
Copy.
That is so far away.
Just be advised, when you're clear, I'm
So
holding us
far
on assignment at a ambulance response 515 Church Road.
Yeah, 3 Paul 4 says.
3 Paul 4 says, hi.
Yeah, 3 Paul 4.
I mean, that's a long drive away. I don't know what that would mean. He'd have help, or he's gotten a vehicle, if that's true. Thank you, Andrew, for that update. We're just catching up with the audio right now with the police. I think we're caught up now. Actually, let me double check.
I figure your number is going to be 28000.
Yep,
28,000.
we're live now.
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, oops, sorry.
SCT Sam 2.
60 Sam 2.
Let's see. Might want to see Kinchin 2. Let me look at that comment really quickly. Green hoodies, what the staff wear at Longwood.
Just as an FYI, in the loop, state was given an alarm at 104 Haley Drive in East Marlboro. Weatherall Farm Development, Silent Bird, General Panic. Just FYI for you.
Unit 26-28, your status.
Okay, still checking the area.
What the good thing about this call is if it does pan out, we'll have that video. At least the police will have that video, because he saw it 15 minutes later on the app. It's recorded somewhere. This wasn't like I just saw him in passing. I didn't have time to get a picture. It was probably a Ring doorbell or something like that that caught the image. Well outside the pink area. I mean, 20 miles outside the pink area. 27 hours would get him there. It's around 40 minutes by car, says Eck for now. I just moved from that area, and yes, it's around 40 minutes by car. It's not unreasonable to think he might have, had means of transportation if he's, the crafty guy he is. 80s Music Man gives us a sports update. Look away if you don't want to see it. Major upset. As I say, when it comes to sports, yay, sports, go team. What if we got a bike? We've lost him for 24 hours. We had him pinned down. In those bushes. I'm not sure what Nick's doing, but it makes me nervous when it's pitch black up there. How long did the call come in? That was, Corey, that call was about 20 minutes. Well, the call came in about 5 minutes ago. The call, and I've got it starred on the app. All those stars, everyone starred it. So if you scroll back, it's on Central Dispatch about 5 minutes ago, and it's a 19-second call, I believe. But the delay was 15 minutes prior. So the camera caught it 15 minutes ago, and then he called in when he saw the camera caught it. Kathy, there's a good description. Thank you for that. What's the possible tip, please? Just rejoining Judy. The tip would be that somebody who knows the escapee has called the police and saying, I think he was at my house 15 minutes ago, and it's way up in Phoenixville, where he has contacts, where he has family, where he has, literally, we've heard in the press that he has family in this area or acquaintances in this area. And this caller says he knows the escapee's sister. And says, I think he was on camera. I saw it. It happened 15 minutes ago, and he's headed to the police station. The reason he's headed to the police station is because he has the video he wants to turn over. There's no other reason. Otherwise, you just call in and tell them. He was headed to the wrong police station. He's now headed to the right one. I think this will pan out. It seems it seems to be have all the pieces in place. High and gaze was a different call, DBH. High and gaze was coming in on the west channel, which we're listening to at the same time. So they were communicating to themselves, while Central was communicating about this one. So the Bonnie Bray address came in, and then the High and gaze on the other side. So,
the attached operator.
not related.
28 Paul 3, copy your now 300 block, West Kings Highway.
If it's him, good for this guy for calling the police. 40 miles is a long way on the bike. Way different places. I mean, this would be a huge embarrassment if this dude up and got 40 miles away. We're going to try to stay on. We're listening here. We've got the scanner going. That's what we're following tonight. I realize we have video available from JLR and from Nick, and thank you both to them. They're doing a great job. Out of respect to them and out of our purpose today, we're not really playing their audio. We're leaving that. If you want to hear their audio, I'd encourage you to watch on their channels, so that would help them out directly, and I don't want to take that away from them. But we're sort of following the police scanner, and we're watching the sky as well. And let me just see if maybe something launches. We'll pan out here because, I mean, look at this on the map. Here's the area where we thought he was, right here. And if this latest tip is true, we're going to zoom all the way out, out past Westchester, way up here to Phoenixville. And we're somewhere up here, which is I mean, barely in the county, right? Is that still in the county?
28. 26+28. There's a phone assignment in that call for the suspicious condition from Monco.
16.1, can you clear?
A phone assignment means that the officer that's responding to that suspicious condition call
91K, unit 28 call for your status.
has there's someone to call and talk to. So there's a number he's supposed to call and talk to somebody.
Call 16 is going back to our station. And we got other units out here.
Still Chester County. Chester County is huge.
Unit 26-1235. Call 16 is more with 35.
16.1, can you clear?
16.91K, unit 28 call for your status. Unit 26-16, copy.
No.
3, I'm good.
That would not be a direct
Yeah,
train route at all.
okay.
That would have to be a car. I'm thinking that would have to be a car. Half of Phoenixville is in the county, half is Montco. The call came in from Montco, Andrew, so it was transferred from the other side. So that also adds to the delay in the response time. As the call comes in first to the wrong place, they take the information, figure out it needs to go to somebody else. They transfer the call, transfer the information. That adds to the delay, unfortunately. And that happens sometimes with 911. Maybe he ate a mushroom and grew in size 2 inches. Possible. The caller is connected to the fugitive, a Portermouse. Yes, that's what we heard. The caller is connected to the fugitive. He knows the fugitive's sister. And he says he saw on camera, he says he can't be sure, but he thinks it's him, and described him in a green hoodie with, I think, gray pants. And described him as 5'2". I'm not sure if that was just a guess, but I mean that's in the realm. With a hoodie could be 2 inches taller.
Route 3 and Maple Lane, Pennsylvania, Mike Charlie Yankee 2879 MCY 2879. It's a silver Nissan Sentra one time.
3210.
Copy.
3 call 4 MEC check for a phone assignment. Call 310. 3 call 4.
This is the closest thing to a sighting we've had all day, and it sounds extremely credible. I mean, why would the officer call and say, "Can you tell me if the caller knows the escapee?" Man, that is just so far away. Let's get directions from. Let's say we're going to go from Longwood Gardens. Google Maps are
3492. I don't need a second.
Nick is reenacting the Blair Witch Project right now, and I'm not sure why. It freaks me out. I can't even watch his stream because I just get, I get nervous. Okay, the fastest route by car would be via US 202, and it's 47-minute drive. That is 28.6 miles. This is too far to go on foot, especially undercover. He would have to be in a vehicle. Let me show you the map here. I'll put it right there. Just to show you. So down here at the bottom, this is our Longwood Gardens location, and you can see from the map on the side here, the 47-minute drive is the quickest route, and that's the blue route you see all the way up there, and how far away it is.
All 31 area of 500 block of Walnut Street. Traffic hazard of a tan-colored bulldog running in the street.
Okay. 16141, you still have me.
41, okay.
All right. I'm sorry, I've been ignoring chat here. I apologize. They asked if the caller knew the person on the camera, not if it was the fugitive. Yeah, but the response we got back was, yes, he knows the fugitive's sister. Yeah, you're not walking on 202. He would be spotted. This has to be a vehicle. Maybe that's a known area where you hung out before. These officers might be on alert. They might have been notified that that this is a possible place he could show up.
Alpha 33, 91, Bravo 3, dash driver.
Too far in 10 days? No. No, this would be very easy to do in 10 days. But with the confirmed sightings we had yesterday, yesterday the FBI had eyes on him at Longwood Gardens.
Copy.
That makes it a long way to go in one day, considering the conditions with the helicopters overhead and everything else. SWAT spotted on JLR stream. They seem a lot more active. Let's see what's happening down there. Zooming in. The cone is just, you might as well just lay that cone over on its side. It's really not doing anything trying to stand up right there. He used to live in that town. Yeah, we heard he had family or acquaintances up there. Man. Is that roughly where the victim stayed also? I think so. I think he used to live there. Thanks, P. Will, for real. Love the comment. Nick's feed has gone off the rails. Let's listen in on Nick just a minute. What he's doing. Oh, it's silent here. He might be plugged into the charger. JLR's doing a fantastic job. He's got some great camera work. He's got some great interviews, got some great connections. And a big shout out to him. A big thank you for letting us use his feed. Grumpy, you're the one who named it Eileen? Eileen the Cone? That is incredibly funny. What about the Lexus that was stolen? Did they find it, or is it in Spring City? Al Lamboy, the Lexus, we didn't hear a report on a stolen vehicle we heard the call come out, but all we knew was that a lady had parked in the parking lot at, I think it was at Rita's, down opposite Walmart, somewhere in the Walmart area. She had parked her car, and then 5 minutes later she came out and she couldn't find it. It doesn't necessarily mean it's lost. I've been that guy. I've parked my car and come out and haven't been able to find it. I mean, it's unrelated, but I drove my car to school one time, and then when I was done, I got out and I rode the bus home, and I got home and couldn't figure out where my car was. It could just be as simple as that, or it could be a stolen Lexus, and it may or may not be related. I doubt it, because we had some confirmed sightings after that Lexus call came in the other day. Do I think the call is fake? I do not think this call is fake. What's the false alarm in Limerick? Nick dropped signal about 5 ago. I'm still showing an active signal. It's still moving. I think he's muted his phone for. Yeah, we're still seeing the Nick from StreamYard, so it's still sending a feed. I'm still seeing some motion. He's just got the phone muted. He might be taking a phone call or something, talking to somebody local, or he might be plugged into the AirPlay charger, which also mutes his microphone, or he just might be bumped the wrong button. I don't think the call's fake, because we've got the caller who's responding to the police department. He's bringing something to them, which would be video. He wants to show them what he has. He says he has a known association. The police asked him about that, so they probably know about him or know about the association. Okay. A British escapee got out on the underside of a vehicle. Maybe he did the same. Yeah, he rode on the bottom of the SWAT car out of the search area. The guy's got guts. Okay. Nick said false alarm. I'm not buying that yet. First of all, because it's not these officers. It's not these guys that are responding. This is a whole other city of officers that are responding to that call. It seems like it doesn't make sense when we say we've got him in this 1 square mile and then he shows up 47 miles away. That part doesn't make sense. This was not relatives, Paula. This was someone who knew the sister of the suspect. I'm not sure if there was a relationship type there, but...
Guys, give me a second. I'm working on something.
Okay, thanks, Nick. He's working something. I think he's working on this call right now. Let's see if he gets some more information. Murder happened in Phoenixville, in case you did not know. That's scary for the victims, Tom. That is very scary. Okay. I missed it on the scanner. They said it wasn't him. Okay. Let me go back and listen to the scanner feed. To Central. Why is it not going?
26 Apollo 20. You can cancel my last request for the OIC from the state. Rorschach was able to look at other pictures. We do not believe it's the same subject.
Unit 26 Apollo 28, copy.
Unit 1 2 Apollo 2, I got shot 791 Vine.
I don't know why it didn't play that. It played the one after that, but not that one. So the police have said it's not him. Man, not him. Well, it makes sense that it's not him, but man, that's frustrating. I thought we had something for sure.
Oh, that's okay.
Per dispatch, false alarm. Thank you, Mac and me. I appreciate you guys correcting me. Not the same guy per the scanner. DBH says, I told you so. You're right, DBH. Where do I what bet do I have to pay up? You were right. Let's see, you got a scared local in chat. Tammy giving her the burner number. Tammy, if you
want to take call 41.
If you needed to contact me for any reason,
go ahead.
Let me tell you this. You have to tell me the area code you're calling from first in chat, and then I'll be able to screen the call for that, if that works. And let me know if you'd want to talk on the air or off the air.
Reference the loose dog. The complaint call back indicating the dog apparently went down an alleyway, possibly Penrose Lane or Woodland Avenue. Says if the officer returns to speak there, she can point it out.
Okay.
I do appreciate you guys leaving the burner phone just for locals who are trying to get some information or ask questions. That makes it easier. I'm ignoring Ivan. I'm just kidding. I'm sick of people believing the cops after 10 days. Come on, says Ivan. Ivan, we know you've played for the other team. We know that you and the cops, when it comes to cops and robbers, you were not on the cops side at one point in your life, and that was another time you've straightened up and everything's going good. But your distrust of the cops here is showing. Okay. Even the local dogs are looking for this guy. The dogs just roaming the neighborhood thinking, look, somebody's got to do this. Okay, Lindsay Adams. Now, how odd the caller knew him, but it wasn't him, according to pictures. I mean, I'm sure he has lost some weight and such too. Yeah, but that this is telling. I mean, this is acquaintances that are trying to help out and turn him in. Jen Pouncelot Baker says, Recovery Addict, could he have used a stolen phone to call or even rise even through phone, use alerts, law enforcement? The spell check sort of mangled that one, Jen. There's a possibility he had a phone. That was a possibility from one of the burglaries. I think that was confirmed through Nick previously. We're waiting for audio to come back. We're listening for audio to come back from Nick so he can tell us what he's working on here. Epic Exposure. The call we heard, the correction was they say they looked at the pictures again and think it's not him. They think it's not him. Apparently 2 inches too tall.
Peter 1446, copy your suspicious condition 140 South Wall Street.
Trooper debunked to the phone, says Bruno Jones. Cop told JLR no phone. Grace, I wish I had a big long list of updates I could give you. Where did you leave off last? Was it yesterday? Because unfortunately, it sounds like we're in the same boat we were in yesterday evening. Let's see if Nick's ready to pop back on live here.
So, guys, I'm going to play a dispatch for you. I just tweeted it. Check it out. There's a possible spotting of Danelo from somebody that knows him. Somebody called 911 and said that I see him and they know him. It's at his sister's home. So we're going to head there. Let me...
oh, that's far away. Can somebody tell Nick that came back?
A second.
Came back as a negative? Somebody pop up on Nick's and just let him know that the Central.
Give me a second, guys.
Let me see. Let me give him the timestamp if you guys want that. I got excited about that too, but let's see.
And I'm going to be able to check your comments, but there's a possible sighting. I'm going to play the dispatch for you.
26 Apollo 20. You can cancel my last request for the OIC in the state.
But essentially...
Royford was able to look at other pictures. We do not believe it's the same subject.
Okay, so...
26 Apollo 28, copy.
So 10:50:47 Central Dispatch. 10:50:47. So 10 o'clock, 50 minutes, 47 seconds on Central Dispatch is the cancellation.
16 Apollo 41, I'll be clear.
6 Apollo 41, copy.
Unit 1446, your status?
Oh, no, God.
Copy. Unit 33 Apollo 19, copy your stop. Unit Black, White Road.
Nick is streaming on YouTube. Yes, he is, Alicia. We got him to create a channel. I told him I would do what I could to help him get enough subscribers to get past that, the hurdles. Because initially when you open an account on YouTube, it doesn't have all the privileges that would be useful for him. Turns out he didn't need much help. But before he even went live for the first time, I think he had close to 3,000 subscribers. It was crazy. He's almost at 6 or over 6,000 now. It's amazing, and he's definitely hit all the metrics for monetization in one day. Confirmed, no phone, says Purple Pony. I don't think, I think he's getting the update right now. Nick's YouTube is Nick the Hat. So NIK-THE-HAT. So you search if you go to YouTube /@Nick-the-hat, it will go straight to his channel. And definitely, I'd recommend everyone go over there, give him a follow.
Here, 33419, copy.
They cleared it from other pictures, Hoosier. Hoosier Honey. I love the name. This Hoosier Honey, let me just say this. I was at the little festival today, and there was a little booth that was selling these little plaques, like little funny words and funny little sayings. And there was one that said, "My ex has 3 spirit animals, lion, ass, and cheetah," which I thought was pretty funny. He now has 8,100 subs. That is awesome. P. Will for real says, bet 100 he goes another week. You take that bet. Here's what I'll do, P. Will. Just for you. Just for you. This does not go for anybody else, okay? If it goes another week, reach out to me. We'll connect on the burner phone. I'll send you a free mug.
Hold on, I'm on the phone too. That was debunked. I'm trying to get to the comments, so give me a second.
I'll send you the True Crime Addict mug. How about that?
Just stop right here for a second.
If we catch him before then, you have to buy a hoodie. Nick the Hat. Nick is NIK. Drop the C, Lex Luthor, and then you'll have it. But NIK.
1446.
The Hat.
You know 1446.
Ivan's been a good friend of the channel for a long time. We go way back, way back. And
I did a narrative on it. Can you do me a favor and change the address to 130 South Wall Street, please? And I'll be available.
Copy, 130 South Wall Street.
Yeah, Lauren, I'll try to Nick. That's actually, can we have the mods post? There we go. There it is. Shannon, thank you so much. There's Nick's YouTube link that'll go straight to his live. Yeah, P. Will. If I'm right, if they catch him within a week, this link right here, we've got these orange hoodies, and you have to not only buy one, but you have to wear it for Halloween. It says, "This is my prison escape hoodie." On the front, it's bright orange. On the back, it says Recovery Addict with all of our little member logo courthouse colors. Are there any drones? Yes, JLR confirmed there are drones up in the air.
Career Trail. Unit 62, Sam 2.
62, Sam 2.
Oh no, did I hide somebody? Laura, did I hide you? Hang on 1 second. Let me see if I can unhide you. I think I just clicked on somebody and made them disappear. I'm a magician.
Anyone assisted living 301 Victoria Gardens, first floor wellness center. For disturbance, the executive director wants a privately contracted aid of a resident removed because she's denying that she fell when the resident is stating that she fell. Patient is bleeding but refusing EMS.
Is quite interesting.
It's Sam 2, copy, I'm out.
I didn't know the response was that large. I initially thought it was only a few officers, but it turns out it was actually the FBI and essentially an entire task force that was here searching. And what's interesting is he said he found like a styrofoam cup like left in the backyard, and nobody goes back there. As you guys saw, nobody's going in that backyard but him. And he doesn't have styrofoam cups. So we're picking up Matt, and then we're going to hit towards Longwood.
Matt called us the other day. Had a great talk with him. He's been on the channel quite a bit. I don't see Laura timed out or blocked. What's the which account was it?
SWAT. Are you guys able to hear me now?
We can hear you.
All, and then I muted
He's
it because I
breaking
was having a private conversation with the resident.
Okay, so let's see. Roro says, unfortunately, Nick's channel has a lot of trolls. He needs mods. I've reached out to him a little bit. We've actually had some great people that love this little niche on the internet. Some great mods, people that have volunteered and have reached out to me saying, hey, if Nick needs some help, can you let him know? I'd be willing to help. So we've got some help for him. He's new on this side of that, and so we're hopeful when he gets a break, hopefully he can get that sorted out. Jonathan says, Sosman says, I appreciate all your hard work and your family loaning us to us for trials and extensive, stressful, addicting manhunt. Best channel. Thank you, Jonathan.
Priority only. I've got a car out. Yeah, it's 8.5 status.
To 8.5, my status is fine. I have a carload of juveniles.
Yeah, it's 8.5, copy the carload of juveniles.
If there's somebody I've blocked that on accident, because I don't think I've blocked anyone this week. If there's somebody I blocked on accident and you reach out to me on the burner phone,
I was on lockdown, so the request you enter from the.
I'll get it fixed. I can't see Laura unless she's under account I don't recognize the name on. So let me know, mods, if I've got somebody blocked that shouldn't be.
I'm still off my door.
Okay. I just got the phone number for the duty nurse. Apparently the caller's not on location.
She said duty.
But we'll get a hold of the duty nurse and I'll have her meet you at the door.
6272, copy. Thank you.
Shannon, thank you very much. It's embarrassing. Now you get to hear how slowly I text. All right. Kenny, I wish I had the answer to this. I will tell you that the past 4 days, I've answered that question incorrectly.
Unit 1591, check your receive for a report.
Well, very confident.
Over.
Okay.
Can't find Nick's channel. We can post it again. Let me pull it up here really quickly. Okay, here's the link straight to Nick's channel right there in chat. It's going to go fast, so you got to catch it. Nick the Hat right here. Nick the Hat. How was the Mushroom Festival? I don't know. I went to the Collard Festival, and let me tell you, one of the parades, one of the floats in the Collard Festival was just a pickup truck, and the driver took collards, which looked like green leaves of chard, just big green leaves, and just stuffed them in the door handles. And he had a sign that said, "Eat more collards" on his truck. That was the whole entry. If that's any indication of how it went, it was fun. Laura, I see you there. I'm sorry. I can't see most people's posts, unfortunately. There's just a lot of people chatting. Nick's mad. What's up? Why is Nick mad?
You know. And yeah, I'm gonna pin that just so you guys understand, because I'm not gonna keep repeating it. But again, so we're going to Water Glen. And you guys can see the perimeter is still rather large at Longwood.
493.
I do have an email. If you go to my About page on the YouTube channel, you can pull up my contact email. I read it about once a month, whether I need to or not.
Unit 62, Sam, 2 status.
If you need to get a hold of me, it might be easier to reach out on the burner phone. Leslie, give me a call or something.
I'm trying to figure out what it is.
10-4.
Also, like that.
Okay. 12-4.
This Nick's live is current.
33. Myself and 3 are right around the corner. We'll stop there and then head to the lab party.
12-4.
Number 10-9.
This SWAT thing, I'm gonna ask.
Yes, the burner can get texts. The burner can get texts. We've had a million of them coming in. Man, that's frustrating. It's his first day on YouTube, and he's running into some of the troubles that a lot of YouTubers don't see for a year. Wow, that light was orange. I swear he went through an orange light. It was orange for a long time. I ran a red light on a live stream 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
I pulled up to the light. I stopped. I looked both directions, and I went. Yeah, it happens.
1-5 unit, copy, you're okay. Unit 1-7 Paul 41, checking your status.
Lisa and Adam, are you guys having a spat? Do I need to come separate you two children, make you sit in the corner until you can talk to each other appropriately? Lisa and Adam are both great friends on the channel, just for the record. They're good. New pin message has all the links. Cashat, thank you very much for that. Put up this message for us. So now we have the scanner link, the map link, and Nick's YouTube right there.
Call 41 status, okay.
It's going to be pinned at the top of chat. I know some devices can't see that. I do apologize. If you need it, I can repost it occasionally.
Call 3392.
Kimar, I ran a red light the day before you. You were running red lights before it was cool.
Call
Then.
3292.
Still checking the sky. Oh, look.
Yeah, 09 Paul, let me copy that stop. Time 80 first.
UPS is in the air, but that's it. So the packages are getting delivered. Nobody else is flying in this area at all. So we assume that all the searching is still going on pretty much in this area, the square mile around Longwood Gardens. K-Pick, we're going to help him out. We're going to do what we can to help Nick out. It's sort of like baptism by fire. I mean, he's already probably in the top 10% of YouTube channels, just in the size of his channel. I mean, it's
60 Samsung status still.
So many channels never get to the size that he's at, and he's experiencing the problems that come with that, and it's all on his first day. So it's really cool on one side, and on the other side, it's it's really frustrating because it takes a whole team to manage that sort of attention that he's got in a single day.
Affirmative. Unit 3247, your status.
Thank you, call 7, okay.
3247, okay.
Zara, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Nick is doing a great job. JLR down below. JLR is giving us this feed right here. He's just outside the perimeter. Nick is doing more sort of exploration in other areas. So JLR is on the bottom. JLR investigates. Both JLR investigates and Nick the Hat have allowed us to use their streams, their feed. We're not carrying their audio just because we're trying to bring you stuff that they are not bringing you, specifically the scanner, and that's why we're doing it this way. And I think you should also go watch and follow them. If you got multiple devices, like I'm not saying you have to have a setup, with multiple screens or something like this.
Street at the dead end of Hickory. For an overhead plan of a blue Chevy, possibly a Monte Carlo, idling for the past few hours.
Blue Chevy Monte Carlo idling for the past few hours.
4148, that's permanent. They can come down.
Yeah, 48, okay.
33 guys, 92.
Nick's doing a great job. He's working his butt off, not getting nearly enough sleep. I'm worried about his health, honestly, for how much time he's putting in.
60 Samsung.
Tiny Tacos, I do. I think he's still there. It surprised me when we had that call that came in that said he was that far away. I mean, it's possible, but I think the police have said he's there multiple times before, and then we keep having sightings.
Yeah,
and so it's possible.
Can I have BLS come in to evaluate a female approximately 40 years old?
That's a ton. That's a ton of people to manage.
Unit 60 Samsung, okay. Being secure.
Let's see. Kenny Peterson says, I got my mom to watch in California. I think it's California or Canada, one of the two. Can you wish her a happy birthday? She was 83 on the 30th and had COVID, so it wasn't real good. Hey, Kenny Peterson's mom, have a wonderful happy birthday on the 30th. I realize it's in the past. We're a little bit belated, but I hope you had a great birthday, and here's to many more. And cheers to your son. Appreciate him getting you hooked on this awesome addiction. Thank you very much. What was that? Oh, that's a weird sound.
Call 800.
Unit 30 Paul, copy at 3 Glen Ridge.
Got a question that was on eBay for the mugs about somebody who wanted to buy 2. Unfortunately, the package it ships in is only big enough for 1 mug. So if you buy 2, you pay 2 shipping because it takes 2 packages. So there's unfortunately not a bulk purchase discount. Tricia, nobody's talking to me anyway. It's been a little crowded here today. I do apologize. My guess is the caller is trying to help him escape the Longview area, wants to get the cops out of the area so he can get out of there, where he is now. That would be in the speculation area. I think we haven't got anything confirmed that way. Appreciate it. Thank you. I'm not going to say your username, but thank you for reaching out to me. They just need to wait until he gets desperate. I think over time he'll make a mistake.
About 3756, where's your bike?
I'm not sure how desperate he'll get, but he'll make a mistake. He wasn't sighted all day today, has he? A clever girl? No. The last sighting that we thought was very credible was debunked very quickly by police. And it was literally the call that was interesting. It was from somebody who knows him, who either dated or knew his sister, and said, I think I just saw him on my cameras at my house, and was coming to the police to show him the video. Turns out they say it was not him.
Paul 19, copy transport. 3 Paul 19, proceed.
Hang on 1 second here.
From?
Mr. Wisconsin.
One female for DUI.
Ivan.
My location.
Hold on 1 second.
Starting launch 23976.
Okay, Ivan, how's it going?
Hey, how we doing?
Well, we're about to wrap up for the night, I think. It was a dud when I thought we'd have something, but
okay. All right. Let me walk you through a scenario here. Okay.
We're now entering the twilight zone of speculation, just for
Yes.
so everyone knows. Okay,
let's say let's say you have somebody, let's say you're going out of town, right? And you want somebody to watch your house, and you have a dog, okay? And you want them to host at your house for a few days and feed the dog and let the dog out and take him for a couple walks and yada yada, okay?
Okay.
Well, imagine you get back from your vacation and your dog is gone. And you're like, what the heck? What the heck, man? Like,
I would be upset.
You were supposed to, right. And then the guy who you entrusted to watch your dog in your house was like, hey, RA, don't worry about it. I'm going to find your dog. And you were like, all right, cool. For 10 days. 10 days. I mean, at what point?
You're saying,
at what point do we stop using the police already?
You're saying
that's my
the
question.
fox was guarding the hen house, and now a hen is missing, and now we're asking the fox to go find the hen. Is that what you're saying, basically? Is this your analogy?
I'm just saying, why are we believing the people who are the reason we are in this position to begin with? Like, I don't know.
Ivan,
maybe I'm crazy.
Here's how I'll answer this. As a kid growing up, my favorite bumper sticker said "Question authority." Right? I liked that rebel approach a little bit, but at the same time, I think here we've got the nation's finest. We've got all sorts of different agencies. If it were a corruption issue, it's hard to hide when you start bringing in other outside agencies. I think that's when the light gets shown under the rug and the truth comes to light and everything else. So I don't think that's the case we have here. I think what we're dealing with is just a good old-fashioned manhunt that's going to take time to come to a resolution, and it will. And I think when it does, we'll understand some of these things we have questions about now that don't make sense. I think we'll have answers for afterwards.
Man, I would give anything to have that level of optimism. Like
Well, I've given you the most hope I can just by saying it confidently there. You guys are saying
you got to lay off. People got to lay off the hopium. Stop smoking the hopium, okay, and come back down and realize that we are in this position because people didn't know what they were doing, and I just refuse to believe that one Brazilian jungle man is outsmarting. It's getting ridiculous. Okay, like
I don't know. I'd say talk to me in a week. Talk to me in a week. I'm willing to give them another week.
wow.
Only because
Wow.
only because I've tried going metal detecting in woods like this. I've tried to break through the foliage to get through to the
Hey,
clearing to an old,
if you
overgrown
need
patch.
somebody to watch your house, let me know.
Okay, Ivan. Thank you very much. I'm going to let you go. Appreciate the call. Thanks, my friend.
Love you, buddy.
Love you. Bye.
Yep. Right.
Ivan's good. We will never have the answers, says Laura. The sheriff's office isn't running this. This has gone federal. This is out of their hands. I think we've got good people there. I'm going to give them a lot of my confidence and support. Yes, we do love Ivan. Just for the record, we can joke. We know each other pretty well, and have spent a lot of time on the phone, both live and off the air, and that's why we can do that. But please don't be offended by anything he said. There's no offense taken or intended by either one of us. B407 just took off from Reading again. Okay, let's see, where are we at? It's way up here. Okay, so this is good news. This is our chopper that has been in the area. It's probably like 10 minutes away. It's probably a 10-minute flight here to get back down to the area. So we'll keep an eye on that as it comes down. Let's see. I'm gonna answer this off the air just for a second. Okay, we've got Trish on the phone here. Trish, can you hear me?
Hi there.
All right. What's on your mind?
How are you?
I'm doing great.
Oh yeah, no, I just wanted to say before you end off for the night that you can't because he's not caught yet.
Nowhere in my
It's like
contract does
watching-
it say we have to have a successful conclusion to stop the live stream.
It's like we've been watching episode after episode and there's no ending.
Yeah.
Anyway, I also wanted to say hi to Ivan.
Yes.
Hi, Ivan. It's Lego My Briefs. It's really hard to talk now. It's so busy in there.
It's crowded. We're trying to focus on this, and I'm trying to just pick out questions. And it's difficult.
It's crazy. I know. I don't know how you do it because it would.
Well,
it
I
would
do very
scatter my
poorly
brain.
at it. Quite honestly, I don't
No, I think
pretend
you
to say
do
that I'm
pretty
doing a
good.
good job.
And you're super fair. Super fair. I see who you pick up. So, yeah.
Let's see. Wow. Sorry, I was reading some other comments. I appreciate it. I do try to answer comments from everybody. You don't have to be a name and green or a moderator to do that. I try to
Exactly. Yeah.
I try to let everyone
All
participate,
right.
regardless of whether
Well,
or not.
I'll let you go, and I'll let you get organized to shut shop for the night, and I'll see you tomorrow. No, I'm just joking because I know Sunday you like
Shut shop. That's brave of you this late in the day to try to say those two words together.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, we'll
Oh, my
watch for a
God.
little bit. We've got some air activity at least happening in the area, so we'll watch this chopper and see if he's
Okay,
coming down to the
super.
staging area. But thanks for the call.
Have a good night.
All right,
Sleep
we'll see
well.
you. Yep, you too.
Okay, bye.
Bye. All right, that was Trish, or Lego My Briefs, as she's known in chat. Thank you very much. Okay, so incoming chopper. Let's see. I was gifted a membership and missed it. It does go away or I miss out? Kenny, it shouldn't. A gifted membership, if your setting is turned on, is automatically received. I'm not sure how that works. Okay, I've got to take these off the air because I can't risk stuff. Hang on just one second. Hey, who am I speaking with? All right. Thanks.
All right, 2433, your status.
Oops. Okay, here we go. We are going to wrap up here soon, and I'm watching for a chat.
33, I'm okay.
The caller I just spoke to asked if I would just share some information. This whole event began through some very violent domestic violence, and it started with that. And she said, "Can you just put a chat up on the screen with the hotline number for anyone that is experiencing that?" And we're not trying to get into discussion about domestic violence and who are victims and who isn't and anything that way, but I'm just watching for
around
right here.
141, 82.
Brianne, thank you for the super chat.
Copy 82.
Yada, yada, yada. The instant flashback. Let's see. I'm watching for the number.
16441.
It's not popping
Yeah,
up.
16441 again.
We've got a drone incoming from Reading. This might be insightful here. Let's see what happens here. Let's see if they jump on. I'm still not seeing that chat. There might be a delay for just a little bit because of the timer. Anyway, the short of that explanation is that if you are in this scenario or know somebody who is, there is help out there, and now is the time to make that call instead of when it gets worse or when it gets bad again. Now is the time to make that call if you're a victim of domestic violence, and get the help you need because unfortunately for a lot of people, when they're ready to make the call is too late, and you don't have to live with that. It doesn't have to be that way. It can be better. Thank you very much, Samantha Terry. This will work here. The hotline.org victim support link in Canada. Thank you for that. We have a lot of viewers up in Canada as well.
Yeah, 1446, you secure?
We're going to bail here in the next few minutes. I want to watch the chopper come inbound. See what's up. You said a drone was coming in as well?
Subject to just run Daniel Harrison. DA warrant for him.
What I want to see is if the chopper comes in and lands in Unionville. They've got a little staging station up here. Let's see, right here. This field right here is where they've been landing. So if he lands there, then he's just going to get ready and launch at another time. But Scarlett, thanks for the kind words. Yeah, I have to be very cautious with the phone because just like YouTube has chats that appear in chat. We also have trolls that appear in chat. We have trolls that want to call the burner phone as well, and so I have to be protective of the channel. I have to be protective of you guys, and my commitment to you to not provide that. So, and that's my duty. It falls on me. I can't pass that off to a moderator. Thank you, Samantha Terry, for another one. VictimConnect.org for the USA support. If you know someone who needs that, please pass that along or use that yourself. Thank you very much. Okay, right behind the chopper. Is it dragging it? Let's see here. Where's our chopper?
14561 detained.
Copy, that's confirmed.
I'm not showing the drone. Let's see who this is. That's not it. Let's go into Farmingdale. Okay, we'll keep this on the screen so we can watch him come in.
1446. Any locals?
There's the flight radar link. Thank you, Samantha Terry. The system I'm using, the Flight Radar 24, does require a paid membership.
Maybe guys, there's no constable on. You have to
that's a heads up.
transport yourself.
Air Force USA says you're much appreciated. All right, I live 20 minutes away from this, and it has become mentally exhausting. Thank you, buddy. Air Force USA, thank you for the kind words. Thank you for the super chat, and please be safe up there.
31, I got that. 6
I think one of the strengths you have is really a community that is banding together in this and just supporting each other and supporting the police in doing this. Everybody is doing their part, and I think that's going to pay off here soon. Yeah, I can't afford a call screener, but eventually I might need one. Let's see. Is there anywhere you can go to catch up on what's happened today with this manhunt? Yes, you rang. There are a couple live streamers. First of all, JLR, whose feed is right here. Let me show you that one. JLR has been live streaming for probably, I don't know, 15 hours or so today. It's crazy how long he's been live. And he's got a lot of updates. It's mostly been verbal, and we've been watching a sort of like a stationary view of the action along the perimeter from him, but he's been following a lot of the updates verbally with what's going on, as well as getting some feedback from residents. Switch to a side channel. Let's hear what they talk about if we can switch.
31. Yeah, I think possibly. 49, copy
So-
your stop, 600 block Knot Road.
That's one of the routes you can go to get an update. I can tell you that, unfortunately, there really wasn't a lot that happened today. If you have Flight Radar 24, like the app that we have here on the top right corner of the screen, you can go back and look at the history if you have a paid account and see where the areas that were searching by plane and helicopter, by what they were circling. But it's really been this area by Longwood Gardens that we were looking at before. So it really hasn't changed very much. And unfortunately, we don't have any new sightings that have really checked out. We thought we had one tonight, but it ended up not panning out. Chat wants to know if he's caught tomorrow. Will you go live on your day off? No, I won't. Tomorrow is my day of rest. I'll be at church tomorrow. The police are doing their best, in my opinion, but I don't know if their approach is the right angle. But I'm no expert. I'm also not an expert in manhunts. We're learning a lot, though. Thanks for the kind words, Sherry. We're going to wrap up here before I turn into a pumpkin at midnight. So we're going to be close. Hopefully the chopper will be inbound here and arrive soon. Oh, it's getting really close. Here we go. It's not far, just a couple minutes away now. Okay, the ice dog, that definitely does sound like a drone. The drones that we've been seeing do pop on and off the radar, and they do show up as planes. About 2,000 feet sounds like the right altitude. I believe they are unmanned aerial drones. Think of like a Predator or a Reaper drone, but without the missiles. Mostly just with monitoring equipment and cameras. So that type of drone, you can recognize them by the line they draw, their Etch-a-Sketch line, because they fly in geometric shapes. Like it'll have like a box with an X through it or something, and it will be very precise, almost turning on very, very sharp angles in the sky. No gentle curves. Let's see. Thank you, Show Reed. Appreciate it. Thanks to all the subscribers. It's been a crazy week. Just 2 days ago we hit 25,000 subscribers, and now we're upwards of 28,000. It's been crazy. It's good to have all of you here, and thank you. Welcome to this amazing community. As you can tell by so many of you who received gifted memberships as you walked through the door, it's a fun-loving, just a kind community where we try to treat people with respect. We try to have intelligent conversations and educate each other, but in a way where even if we disagree, we can still be friends.
10-4.
Also, like that.
10-4.
Mike, thanks for the kind words. Appreciate it. I'm hoping this chopper. Let's see. Looks like he's coming in. Let's see if he lands. He's flying straight to the command center right here. The staging area. This field is usually where they land. So let's see where he goes. Follow him just for a moment. Maybe Danelo's taking a day of rest as well. That would be convenient for me, but I'm not sure. True Crime Junkie, thank you very much for the shout out. Appreciate you very, very much. Thanks for your support.
Unit 0, Sam 41.
Unit 1446.
Unit 1446.
Getting route to GCP starting miles 877.
Copy 877.
I'd say this. Some people are saying some things that they don't like what some of the other streamers are doing.
Copy that. Negative. We don't have one on tonight.
Okay.
I'm grateful for what they're doing. I'm grateful for what Nick's doing. I'm grateful for what JLR is doing. I'm different than them. I wouldn't do it the same way they're doing it, but they're providing something that is helpful to the community, and I owe them a huge thanks for allowing me to use their video. So just a big shout out to them and a thank you. That's pretty much all I can do at this point. I give them a lot of leeway and credit. I don't try to stand in their shoes and judge their decisions on how they stream and how they cover things that way, because that's their channel, and they really can do whatever they want there. And that's the beauty of YouTube. You know, if you don't like a channel that goes a certain way, there's other channels to watch, and there's probably one that fits more your realm. I know there's some people who cannot stand what I do, and you know, my voice grates on their ears. And I'm grateful there are other people out there that they can watch and get the content from. But let's see. Anyway, also I've said this many times before.
9 subjects.
8 or 9 subjects.
Yes, we're out with 8 or 9 subjects.
There's probably youth. I've said this before. The internet is big enough for all of us. It really is. This isn't a contest where everyone else has to.
Wrong way down West Market.
Sorry, everyone else has to lose for one person to win.
Hall 41.
Chopper is at Unionville. It is landing, so it's coming down right here in the field. It's stopping at the command center right where we thought it would. Let's see if the drone can't stop there. The drone needs some extra landing space. I believe they require a runway to take off and land. So it's possible the drone could pop up on the radar
You have that vehicle stopped?
periodically.
Affirmative. Let me know when you're ready for the tag.
Sentry.
Tammy, thanks for the kind words. Good to have you here.
Lima
Welcome.
November Sierra 0116. Displayed on a silver Honda. Times 5.
Alicia.
Yeah, 60 call 21. I copy your stop in front of J&A Mushrooms.
I've joked that I'm going to do a live stream where I read the dictionary, because some people have said they want to listen to that.
Full duck, copy the 510.
Hold 274.
We have partying is always bittersweet, Franco. It's always bittersweet. We'll be back. We do this every day. I live stream on YouTube as a full-time job. I don't have any other income. This is what I do, and we do it usually 8 hours a day, Monday through Friday. Saturday was a bonus. It's normally a day off, but hopefully, even if this is over,
You're okay there?
you guys will have, take the opportunity to pop back in and see some of the other content we have that's true crime related,
60
and
call 21.
hopefully you like that as well. Jonathan, I have been so busy with this, I have not even looked at the schedule. Other than Sarah Boone, I don't even know. I know the trial's continuing in California next week, but Brandy Churchwell's covering that one. We're not going to be covering the sex therapist trial, which just had a week break. We're not going to be there, so we'll find something else. Ikid Mel, I'm very much aware of Ikid Mel, another great streamer, different than me, but definitely has a place in the community. Thanks for being you. It's very refreshing. Thank you. GMA Jen. Is it Grandma Jen? GMA Jen? 4 months as well. Thanks for your support. Let's see. So we have to wait till Monday for another live? Yes, I don't go live on Sundays. All right. The chopper's down. we're going to wait for sightings. That's all we can do. I appreciate those that have popped in today. Thanks for hitting the subscribe button. Thank you so much for all the members. Thanks for all the gifted memberships. Oh my goodness, it's been crazy here with a ton of gifted memberships today. It means so much to me, so much to my family, and it's how we can keep doing what we do here.
Now related to the vehicle.
And I love it. For those in withdrawal, they can watch past live. Says okayest wife. We do have podcasts you can watch. We have some fun podcasts. If you watch you can binge watch our 28 episodes. That's with Weather Watch. Big shout out to my mods. Oh my goodness. If you've ever been a mod on a channel, you know just how difficult it can be to keep up with the pace of a live stream with a couple thousand people in it chatting, and I've worked them relentlessly. The hours they put in are just brutal, and it's constant, and they've done it with a smile, and just I have nothing bad I can say about them. Thank you so much to the great mods we have. You absolutely make this possible, and I appreciate you so much. Ayden says, all I know is Recovery Addict supports weird Russians. Auto unfollow. Ayden, are you speaking about yourself? I think that's what you were saying. I do support Ayden. Can you play the Don't Go sound from Dr. Lewis? I don't have the Don't Go from Dr. Lewis. I had it from me, but I think I deleted that one. I needed space for another soundbite. All my sound bites are completely full. Well, that's literally not true. That's not true. I have like one slot open.
I object.
Yeah. Anyway, so I've told you everything I possibly can about what's happened today, and unfortunately, it was not anything insightful. I do apologize for that. I only went live because I believed it would have been insightful for you, but. If we use a soundbite to wrap things up.
What more do you need to see?
What more do you need to see? We've seen everything there is to see, and unfortunately, there's not a lot to it today. It's the same as yesterday. We still think we have him cornered, and no new sightings as of right now. So I don't know who's calling my home phone right now. It's really late.
9308.
Let me listen to the message. Weather Watch, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Okay. All right. It's time.
9210 to Tanya Hendry.
All right. Thank you very much for everybody who's been here. We're going to wrap things up here. I appreciate all of you. We'll be back on Monday morning. Either with this or with a court case. I'm hopeful Monday morning we'll be able to announce his capture, which will probably be delayed because it will probably happen either tomorrow or as soon as we go off the air. That's how it works. But tonight, when you go home, you've got 9 more minutes if you're on the East Coast. When you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning or Monday morning or a little earlier. Thank you, all of you. Have a great night. Be good to each other. We'll see you later. Bye.